Zhang Mei stood in the middle of her cramped kitchen, staring down at the coffee machine with a mix of irritation and disbelief. She had tried pressing the button 3 times already, and each time, the little machine made a pathetic gurgling noise that sounded more like a sick cat than the high-end espresso maker she had splurged on 2 months ago. The clock on the wall told her she had exactly 15 minutes before she was late for work, again. "Come on," she muttered under her breath, jabbing at the buttons with more force than necessary. "Why does this thing always break when I need it the most?" Her apartment was a mess of cluttered shelves, abandoned takeout containers, and half-read novels. A perfect reflection of her life, really. Disorganized, but in a charming, I-know-where-everything is kind of way, or at least, that was how she liked to justify it. May had never been good with time, but lately, she'd become intimately familiar with losing it. That's when she first noticed something strange. She reached for the espresso machine's handle one more time, then froze, mid-motion. She glanced around, suddenly unsure of whether she'd already tried that before. The faintest flicker of disorientation swept over her. Wait, didn't I just do this? She looked at the clock again, only to find that it had inexplicably jumped forward by 10 minutes. What had she been doing in those missing moments? She couldn't remember a thing. Great. I'm losing time, now, she muttered, rubbing her temples. It wasn't the first time something like this had happened. A few days ago, she had misplaced nearly half an hour, wandering around her apartment like a confused ghost, only to find her laptop open to a half-written email she didn't recall drafting. Or the time she'd gotten on the subway, only to realize halfway through the ride that she'd missed her stop and somehow ended up on the other side of town. But this was different. She could feel it in her bones. Something was wrong with time. With a defeated sigh, she gave up on the espresso machine, grabbed her coat, and rushed out the door, already late for her job at a small PR firm. It was a bright, bustling morning in Shanghai, and May wove through the streets, dodging pedestrians and bicycles with the same practiced ease that she used to dodge responsibility. She had 15 minutes to make it to her office, and she wasn't about to let time, however fleeting, become a bigger obstacle. "Morning, May," a voice called out from a nearby street vendor. It was old Wu, who sold dumplings every day at the corner of the street. "Morning, Wu," May called back, smiling. She was so used to the rhythm of the city, to these little interactions, that they felt like a part of the background noise of her life. She didn't stop, she couldn't afford to, but there was a warmth in the gesture. It was comforting, like a breadcrumb trail leading her through her day. As she continued walking, she passed a woman with a child, both laughing at something silly the kid had said. May smiled absently and then froze. The moment she saw them, a strange wave of memory crashed over her, so intense, so vivid, that she almost stumbled in the street. She knew these people. She could see their lives, hear their thoughts, even feel the momentary happiness between them. But how? Wait, that didn't just happen, did it? She shook her head, confused. Had she somehow remembered their future, or had their moment briefly crossed into her past? That was impossible. She didn't even know them. But it felt so real. Still shaken, she pushed forward, trying to shake the dizzying sensation. She had a job to do, after all. The last thing she needed was to get caught in some philosophical quandary about time. There was a client meeting waiting for her. Her office was in a nondescript building on the 14th floor of a tall, gray tower. May entered with a sigh, her head still swimming with the strange vision she'd had. A couple of colleagues waved at her as she passed, but May didn't have the energy for small talk. Her brain felt like it was working overtime, trying to piece together the inexplicable moments that kept slipping through her life. Just as she sat down at her desk, her phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number: "We need to talk. You've been noticed." The hairs on the back of May's neck stood up. What the hell? She stared at the message for a few seconds, but before she could respond, a shadow fell across her desk. She looked up to find herself face to face with a tall, sharply dressed man with dark eyes and a quiet air of authority. He looked vaguely familiar, but she couldn't place him. "Excuse me, are you Zhang Mei?" he asked in a voice that was too calm to be casual. "That's me," Mei replied, trying to ignore the sinking feeling in her stomach. "Can I help you?" "My name is Li Jun," the man said, offering a cool, inscrutable smile. "And yes, we need to talk." Over the course of the next half hour, Mei learned that Li Jun was not just some random stranger. He wasn't even here about business. Instead, he revealed something that made her blood run cold. "I'm a timekeeper," he said, his eyes locking onto hers. Mei blinked. "A timekeeper?" "Yes. You've been using an ability. A very rare ability." Mei frowned. "What are you talking about?" June hesitated, as if he wasn't sure how much to reveal, but then continued. "You have the ability to capture lost time. The gaps. The moments that disappear." Now it was Mei's turn to stare at him, speechless. Her mind reeled. It all clicked into place, the strange lapses in time, the memories that weren't hers, the visions that kept invading her consciousness. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "You're not the only one with this power, Mei. There's a dangerous group using temporal rifts to steal things from the past. They're called the Chrono Syndicate." Mei's heart pounded in her chest. "What does that have to do with me?" "They know about you. They've been watching you." His voice lowered further. "And they want you on their side." The next few hours passed in a blur. June explained everything to Mei. How the Chrono Syndicate wasn't just a group of petty criminals, but a sophisticated organization that used fractures in time to steal objects, artifacts, jewels, wealth, that didn't belong in the present. "They've been exploiting the fabric of time itself," June said, pacing in front of Mei's desk. "And if they're not stopped, history will unravel. People will lose entire memories, entire eras will be erased. It's not just about wealth. It's about control. The Syndicate has been rewriting history to suit their own ends." "Why me?" Mei asked again, her voice shaky. "Why am I involved in this?" "You've already started to notice it, haven't you?" June replied, his tone softer now. "The lapses. The pieces of time that slip away. What you're doing, Mei, you're hunting for those lost pieces." Her heart sank. She had never put it together like that, but now that he said it, it made sense. She was somehow, inexplicably, chasing lost moments in time, filling in the gaps where things had disappeared. "You're a time hunter," June said, his eyes darkening. "And you're the key to stopping them." As the day stretched on, Mei's world turned upside down. Everything she thought she knew about time, reality, and even her own life was suddenly in question. The truth was stranger than she had ever imagined. Her coffee machine broke down, her life continued to spiral out of control, and yet, for the first time, Mei felt a sense of clarity. She wasn't just someone lost in the flow of time anymore. She was going to fight back, but little did she know, the Syndicate was already aware of her, and they were preparing to move against her. Zhang Mei sat back in her chair, her hands shaking slightly. Li Jun's words had left an indelible mark on her mind, and the weight of them pressed down on her chest. Time was slipping away. Not just her time, but everyone's. And she, for reasons she still didn't fully understand, was somehow caught in the middle of it. June leaned against the desk now, arms crossed, watching her closely. His calm, almost detached expression made him seem like someone who had seen it all before. That only unsettled Mei more. "Why don't you just stop them?" she asked, trying to push past the shock and confusion, her voice unsteady. "If you know who they are, if they're so dangerous, why haven't you stopped them yourself?" He gave a small, humorless smile. "I've been trying, believe me. But they're always one step ahead. They've been using people like you, people with the ability to track lost time, to stay hidden. To cover their tracks. People like me?" Mei's mind raced. You mean, you knew I had this ability before I did? Yes, June said, his eyes steady, his voice low. You're not the first to discover it, but you might be the only one who can use it to stop them. The syndicate's been exploiting the rifts in time for years, stealing things that were never meant to be touched. Things that shouldn't exist in the present. And they're using me to track down the missing pieces? Exactly. They want you to find the things they've taken, so they can keep them. But they also want to use your power to rewrite history itself. It's not just wealth they're after, it's control. May felt the sudden, strange sensation again, like the world around her was shifting slightly, as if time itself were warping. She rubbed her eyes, trying to focus. Why would they want to rewrite history? What would they gain from that? Power, June said simply. The ability to shape the future by changing the past. Imagine being able to erase the mistakes, take away the losses, and rebuild everything to your advantage. That's what they're after. May felt a chill run through her. She had never given much thought to the past, beyond her own memories. But what if the syndicate could manipulate the timeline on a massive scale? What if they could change things like wars, economic crashes, or even the course of her own life? She clenched her fists, feeling an unfamiliar surge of anger. So, what do I do now? How do I stop them? June studied her for a moment, then took a deep breath. You'll have to track them down. The only way to stop them is to get to the source of the rifts, where they're creating them. If we can destroy their technology, their ability to control time will collapse. But, it won't be easy. They've already seen you. They'll come after you. And they won't stop until they have you, or worse, until they've erased you from time entirely. A chill ran through May. Erased me? From time? Yes, June said. If they managed to manipulate the timeline far enough, they could make it so that you never existed. That you were never born, or that you never discovered your powers. In a world like that, you wouldn't even have a memory of this conversation. You just fade away. May swallowed hard. The idea of being erased from existence was something she hadn't even considered. It was one thing to feel like you were losing time, it was another to think that time itself might turn against you. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. All right. So, what's the first step? June glanced at his watch. We have a lead. There's a place, a safe house where they store artifacts they've taken from different timelines. We can't go in blind. We'll need to gather intel first. May nodded, her mind already working through the plan. She wasn't sure she was ready for this. She had never been much of a fighter, never thought of herself as someone who could take on a shadowy organization. But then again, she had never been aware of her own ability to manipulate time either. There was a lot she didn't know about herself, about the powers she was still learning to control. I'll need a little time to prepare, she said finally. Take all the time you need, June replied, his tone unchanging. But remember, they won't wait for you. If we're going to take them down, it needs to be soon. As June left her office, May sat there, trying to process everything. The fact that she was even having this conversation was absurd. Less than a day ago, she had been just another overworked PR assistant, struggling to make her deadlines. Now she was somehow involved in a battle over the very fabric of time. Her phone buzzed again, pulling her out of her thoughts. You've been noticed. The same message from earlier. She stared at it for a moment, feeling her pulse quicken. This was real. And it wasn't just some abstract concept. People, dangerous people, were already hunting her. She didn't have the luxury of waiting. She stood up, grabbing her coat. She needed answers. And she needed them fast. May's feet moved quickly through the bustling streets of Shanghai, the constant hum of traffic and chatter surrounding her. But the city felt different now. Every step she took, every glance she cast over her shoulder, made her acutely aware that time was slipping away from her, like sand through her fingers. Her ability, whatever it was, might be her only chance to get ahead of the syndicate. She had to learn to control it. And fast. It wasn't long before she found herself standing in front of a nondescript cafe, the kind of place that blended in with the rest of the urban landscape, a quiet corner in a city that never slept. This was the place where June had told her to meet him. She stepped inside, scanning the crowd for any sign of him, and then she saw him, leaning against a window, his arms folded, eyes scanning the room with that same calculating look she had seen earlier. "June," she said, walking up to him. "What's the plan?" He stood up as she approached, his gaze never leaving her face. "The syndicate has eyes everywhere. We need to be careful." She nodded, feeling the weight of his words. "What do we do?" "We follow the rift," he said, his voice low. "The one that opened near here last night. I think it's a doorway to their safe house. If we can trace it back to the source, we might be able to find out where they're hiding. But we need to move quickly. The longer we wait, the harder it will be to catch up." May felt her heart race. "And if we don't make it in time? Then we'll have to hope they haven't already found us," June said, his eyes hardening. They stepped out into the streets, moving in sync, the city's pulse matching the rhythm of their steps. May's mind raced as they walked. Her thoughts bounced from one fragment of the mystery to another, each piece adding a layer of urgency. As they moved deeper into the city's labyrinthine alleys, May felt the world shift again. The air felt thicker, charged with something she couldn't quite place. She reached out instinctively, focusing on the sensation of time. There was something there, just beyond her reach, a rift, a moment suspended in midair, where the past and present collided. "Do you feel it?" she asked June, her voice barely above a whisper. He nodded. "It's close. We're almost there." They rounded a corner, and suddenly, the ground beneath their feet seemed to ripple. May stopped dead in her tracks, her breath catching in her throat. She could see it, feel it, the faint, shimmering outline of a temporal rift, stretching into the air like a tear in the very fabric of reality itself. "That's it," May said, her voice trembling. June didn't hesitate. "Stay close. And don't try to do anything until we know what we're dealing with." They stepped forward together, and as they did, the rift widened, revealing a darkened passageway that seemed to pulse with the weight of lost time. "This is where it ends," June murmured. May nodded. And for the first time, she felt something else besides fear. She felt ready. The passageway shimmered before them, like a doorway made of liquid glass, bending and twisting reality in unnatural ways. The air around it hummed with an energy that felt almost alive, as if the fabric of time itself was breathing, pulling them in. May's pulse quickened, and she instinctively stepped back, but June was already moving forward, his face set with determination. "Stay close," he murmured, his voice calm despite the palpable tension that hung in the air. May nodded, though she wasn't sure if it was to reassure him or herself. The rift was like a hole in the world, a place where time fractured and split in strange directions. If this was where the Chrono Syndicate operated, then this was where they would face them, head-on. With a deep breath, May followed June into the rift. The moment she stepped through, everything changed. It wasn't like walking into another room or another place, it felt as if they were walking into another time. The air shifted, colder, thicker, and the city sounds faded into an eerie silence. Around her, the world seemed suspended, as though time itself was holding its breath. The walls of the passageway stretched endlessly, their surfaces undulating like ripples in a pond, as if the rift was a living thing, constantly reshaping itself. May's mind raced as she tried to make sense of what she was seeing, but nothing made sense. Nothing had made sense since June had found her. She looked at him. His face was hard, eyes scanning the passage ahead with practiced vigilance. Despite the uncertainty of their surroundings, he moved with purpose, unfazed by the unnatural world around him. May wasn't sure if that was comforting or terrifying. They walked for what felt like hours, though the air around them seemed to twist time in strange ways. making it hard to judge the passage of any real moments. There was no light source, yet everything seemed lit by a dim, ethereal glow, the walls reflecting it in fractured ways. In the distance, May thought she saw shadows, figures moving. Her heart lurched. "Stay alert," June said, his voice low and tense. "The syndicate has guards here. They won't let us pass without a fight." May tightened her grip on her coat, though she wasn't sure why. She had no weapon, no training, no clue how to fight these people. All she had was the strange, new ability to feel time, the rifts, the distortions, the lost moments, but that didn't feel like enough. Suddenly, the air shifted. May felt it first, a pull, a tug at the edges of her perception, a sensation that her mind couldn't quite understand. She staggered, grabbing the wall to steady herself. "What's happening?" she gasped, looking at June, but he was already moving. His expression was unreadable, but she could see the way his eyes darted around, searching. "It's a trap," he said, his voice tight with urgency. "They've sensed us. They'll be here any second." Before May could respond, she heard the sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, echoing down the passage toward them. Her heartbeat quickened, and she could feel a panic rising in her chest. There was nowhere to hide, nothing to use as a shield. They were exposed. The shadows grew longer, closer, until she could make out the figures. They appeared out of the darkness, silent but sure, like phantoms emerging from the folds of time itself. Tall, shadowed figures, dressed in black, their faces obscured by masks that glowed faintly with an unsettling blue light. May could feel their presence before they even fully stepped into the light, as if they were ghosts, moments suspended outside of time. Time had no meaning to them, they were like a part of the rift itself. "Stay back," June warned, his hand moving toward something at his belt. A weapon, May assumed. But it was too late. The figures were already advancing, their movements smooth and unnatural. The first one lunged at June, and May instinctively stepped forward, her body reacting before her brain could process what was happening. Time itself seemed to twist, as if her mind briefly paused, allowing her to see what would happen next. The figure's movement slowed, the momentum of its attack stretching out like a rubber band pulled too tight. May reached out, not thinking, just acting on instinct, and pushed her hand forward. The air around her rippled, distorting the moment. For a brief second, everything seemed to freeze, the figure's hand hovering just inches from June's throat. May felt the rift in time pulse around her, and with a sharp snap, the attacker was thrown backward, as if an unseen force had slammed into him from all directions. He crashed into the wall with a sickening thud. June spun to face her, his expression one of surprise and recognition. "You did that." May stood frozen, the shock of her own action still reverberating through her body. She hadn't meant to, she hadn't even known she could do that. But somehow, in that instant, her connection to the rift had allowed her to bend the moment, to stretch it and manipulate it in ways that felt unnatural. Like she had done it 1,000 times before, but the danger was far from over. As the first attacker crumpled to the ground, another figure moved forward, its body flickering in and out of reality, its movements jagged and disjointed, as if it couldn't decide whether it belonged in this moment or another one. "May, move!" June shouted, pulling her toward the side. Without thinking, May reached out again, but this time, she focused more on the sensation of time itself, the twisting, pulling, stretching of moments, and pushed it away from her, sending the second figure hurtling backward into the corridor. She blinked, disoriented, as the figure crumpled in midair and fell to the floor. Her heart raced in her chest, and her breath came in shallow gasps. She didn't know how she was doing this, or if she even had control over it. But it was working. June didn't wait. He moved in, his steps sure, as the remaining figures hesitated. "We can't stay here," he said, his voice tight with urgency. "We've alerted them. The rest of the syndicate will be on us in seconds." May barely had time to process his words before she felt it, the rift, pulling at her, stronger than ever before. She could feel it like a weight on her chest, a pressure at the edges of her mind, demanding her attention. "Follow me," June said, grabbing her wrist. She could feel the urgency in his grip as he pulled her down the passageway. They ran, the walls shifting around them, the rift opening wider, its tendrils reaching out, trying to devour them, but May wasn't sure if they were running from the syndicate anymore. She could feel the pull of the rift, as if it wanted to consume them both, and she didn't know whether it was guiding them to safety, or leading them into a trap. They turned another corner, and the space in front of them opened into a vast chamber. The walls of the room were covered in shimmering symbols, strange and unfamiliar, each one glowing faintly in the dim light. In the center of the room was a massive, metallic structure, a machine of some kind, its purpose unclear, but its presence unsettling. It was unlike anything May had ever seen before. And standing in front of it was a tall figure, shrouded in darkness. The moment they stepped into the room, the figure turned, its eyes glowing with an unsettling blue light. "I knew you would come," the figure said, its voice smooth and cold. "You've been a problem from the start, Zhang Mei." May's heart skipped a beat. She had no idea who this person was, but it was clear they knew her, and her powers. And from the look on June's face, this wasn't just any member of the syndicate, this was someone far more dangerous. "You're too late," the figure continued, stepping forward. "Time is already ours." May's breath caught in her throat. She wasn't sure what that meant, but she knew one thing for certain: the fight for time had only just begun. Cassidy Gray had always believed that the universe was conspiring against her. Maybe it was the piles of paperwork at her dead-end office job, the unflattering fluorescent lights that flickered above her desk, or the monotonous ticking of the clock that seemed to echo every minute of her life. But today? Today was different. Today, she discovered a new level of cosmic frustration. She sat in her cubicle at the Callaway Insurance Agency, sipping her lukewarm coffee with a look of quiet resignation. The usual hum of activity around her was comforting in a way, like background noise to a scene in a boring movie. A few feet away, Greg from accounting was muttering about the budget reports for the third time this week. Across the aisle, Martha from HR was whispering into her phone, no doubt preparing for another round of passive-aggressive office drama. Cassidy took another sip. "If this coffee tastes any more like burnt socks, I might just start drinking it straight from the pot," she muttered under her breath, but no one cared enough to respond. It was the kind of day where even your sarcasm felt tired. Her phone buzzed. A reminder: Zoom meeting in 10 minutes. She sighed. Oh great, another one of these. Cassidy had never understood the appeal of Zoom meetings. They were like listening to a bad podcast where everyone talked but no one actually said anything useful. She glanced at the clock. It was 9:55 a.m. The perfect time to sprint to the break room, fill her cup with something that might at least pass as a better version of coffee, and avoid getting caught up in yet another pointless virtual powwow. But as she stood up, something strange happened. It was subtle at first, like a gentle ripple through the air. Cassidy paused, scanning her surroundings, but the office seemed as ordinary as ever. She started to walk toward the break room, but then, bam, the world flickered. 1 second, she was walking down the aisle of cubicles, passing the printer that always seemed to be out of paper, and the next, everything was different. The fluorescent lights buzzed loudly, as if someone had turned up the volume on the noise. But more than that, the entire space seemed off. The layout of the office was subtly altered, like the walls were breathing in and out, expanding and contracting in slow waves. The clock on the wall, which had been steadfastly showing 9:56 a.m., now blinked to 9:53 and then jumped to 9:58. Cassidy froze, her coffee cup halfway to her lips. Did anyone else see that?" she muttered to herself, but no one responded. Greg from accounting was still yammering about numbers, and Martha from HR was still chatting away on her phone. No one had noticed the time shift. No one but her. She took a cautious step forward. What the hell just happened? She looked around again, feeling like something was horribly wrong. The world, her world, seemed to have warped, like a bad visual effect from an old science fiction movie, and then, the clock blinked again. This time, it flashed to 9:59, skipped ahead to 10:01, and then, in a horrifying moment of déjà vu, rewound to 9:55. What the hell? Cassidy muttered, feeling her pulse spike. Am I losing my mind? A flash of light, bright and sudden, exploded in front of her. Cassidy yelped and staggered backward, crashing into her desk. The entire office was in motion, like someone had pressed the fast-forward button on reality. Time was skipping, jumping, blurring into itself. For a split second, she saw Greg's head snap back, his body frozen mid-sentence, and then, just as suddenly, he was back to talking, the words coming out of his mouth as though they'd never stopped. What the actual? Cassidy looked around, wide-eyed. Something was definitely wrong. But it wasn't just the office. It was her. A voice, quiet at first, barely a whisper, appeared in her mind. You have the power to control time, Cassidy. She shook her head, trying to rid herself of the voice. Great, now I'm hearing voices too. But the voice persisted. Time is broken. And you, it hesitated, you are the cause. Wait, what? Cassidy's voice was barely above a whisper now. Her hands were shaking. She gripped the edge of her desk for stability, trying to make sense of what was happening. No. No, I'm not some kind of freak who controls time. Another flicker of light, and she was yanked forward, her entire body moving without her consent. She stumbled into the hallway, her feet unsteady, like she was walking in slow motion. Or was it fast motion? Everything felt out of sync. From the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of someone standing at the far end of the corridor, tall, sharply dressed, and with an air of authority that made him seem like he didn't belong in an insurance office. The man tilted his head as if he'd been expecting her. Cassidy's first instinct was to bolt. But her feet remained frozen to the floor. There was something unnerving about him, something that didn't belong in this world. Cassidy Gray, the man said, his voice calm, almost too calm for the situation. You've been chosen. She stared at him, trying to process his words. Chosen for what? You, who the hell are you? He took a step closer, his presence radiating an unsettling calmness. Lucius, he said simply, as though his name alone was supposed to explain everything. Cassidy narrowed her eyes, still half wondering if she'd fallen into some kind of bizarre dream. Lucius? Really? Are we doing biblical names now? Lucius smiled slightly, not bothered by her sarcasm. Your world is about to change, Cassidy. And you are about to play a central role in that change. You're not crazy. And you're not imagining things. His eyes flickered to the time on the clock as it jumped again, 8:43, 9:12, 9:59. You have the ability to perceive and manipulate time. You just don't understand it yet. Cassidy blinked, trying to process what he was saying. Time? Perceive and manipulate time? Her head spun. I don't even know how to fix a jammed printer, let alone control time. She gave him an incredulous look. Are you telling me this is all my fault? Not your fault, Lucius said softly. You were chosen. For a reason. You're part of something much bigger than you realize. Before she could respond, another strange sensation washed over her. The world flickered again, just as she thought she was starting to catch her bearings. Time warped, and in the blink of an eye, everything shifted again. And then, just as quickly as it had started, everything stopped. Cassidy found herself back in her cubicle. The office around her was perfectly normal, no signs of flickering clocks or distorted space. Time was running in the usual, expected flow. Cassidy, Lucius's voice echoed in her ear, though he was nowhere to be seen. You have to come with me. It's already too late. Cassidy blinked. For a moment, she wasn't sure if she was dreaming. The flickering lights, the warped office space, and the man, Lucius, had all disappeared, leaving her alone in her cubicle. She sat up straighter, taking in the normalcy of her surroundings. The printer hummed in the corner. Greg was still talking about budget reports. Martha was still on the phone, whispering to someone who definitely wasn't listening. The clock on the wall read 10:10 a.m., a perfectly average time for a Wednesday morning, and yet, something felt off. Her hand hovered over her coffee cup. The liquid inside was cold now, untouched. She hadn't even taken a sip since the madness had started. Her fingers twitched, an unfamiliar restlessness taking over her. Her heart still raced from the strange encounter with Lucius, but she couldn't shake the feeling that the world around her wasn't quite the same. "Get a grip, Cassidy," she muttered under her breath, rubbing her eyes. "It's just stress. It's been a long day." But the words felt hollow, like she was trying to convince herself of something she didn't believe. She'd spent her whole life trying to ignore the oddities, the things that didn't quite fit, and now, well, now they had shattered her entire understanding of reality. The office remained quiet. Cassidy glanced at the clock again. 10:10, her mind couldn't settle. She rubbed the back of her neck, wishing she could shake off the nagging sense of wrongness. Suddenly, the voice came again. Clearer this time. Louder. "You're not imagining things. Time is breaking. You have to help fix it." Cassidy froze, her breath catching in her throat. Her heart pounded in her chest, and she felt a cold sweat prickling at the back of her neck. She looked around the office, her eyes darting from Greg to Martha, as if expecting them to hear it too. They didn't seem to notice. No one else had reacted. "You're not real," she muttered, gripping the edge of her desk as if it could ground her. "This is just some weird stress-induced hallucination." "It's not. We are real, Cassidy." "Stop," she said, her voice tight. She slammed her palm against the desk, making Greg glance up briefly. His eyes flickered over her before returning to whatever spreadsheet was currently holding his attention. Cassidy closed her eyes, willing the voice away. But it lingered, faint, like a breeze stirring the air around her. "You have to fix it. You can't run from this." She shook her head, willing herself to stay in the present. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real. The office bell rang, signaling the start of the Zoom meeting. Cassidy let out a long sigh, pulling herself to her feet with a sharp, exaggerated motion. She wasn't sure if she was more afraid of the meeting or the persistent, unsettling voice in her head. She grabbed her coffee and moved toward the break room. It was time for some caffeine, maybe a snack, and, if she was lucky, 5 minutes of peace before her world unraveled again. As she stepped into the small, dimly lit break room, Cassidy allowed herself a moment of quiet. The walls here were lined with old motivational posters. "Teamwork makes the dream work," one read. She reached for a half-full box of stale crackers and tore open the package. As she did, she felt the world shift again, another subtle ripple, like the air itself was stretching. A chill ran down her spine. Her hand froze, crackers in midair, as something flickered at the edge of her vision. The moment passed, but Cassidy was sure it had happened. All right," she muttered, tossing the crackers onto the counter. "This is it. This is where I lose my mind." She wasn't sure if she was talking about the job, the voice in her head, or both. She closed her eyes for a brief moment, and when she opened them, Lucius stood in front of her, as if he'd materialized out of thin air. "Enough with the theatrics," she snapped, her voice tight with frustration. "I'm done with whatever this is. I just want a normal day. Just give me a damn break." Lucius didn't seem fazed. He just stood there, eyes locked on hers, his expression unreadable. "I understand you're confused, Cassidy. But you don't have a choice anymore. You've been pulled into something much bigger than your office job." Cassidy scowled. "I didn't sign up for this." I don't know what the hell you want from me, but I'm not some superhero who fixes time or whatever it is you think I am. He smiled slightly, but there was no warmth in it. You don't have to sign up for anything. You've already been chosen. She stepped back, shaking her head. What the hell are you talking about? I'm just a regular. You're not, he interrupted, stepping closer. His tone softened, but only slightly. You're not a regular person, Cassidy. Time doesn't work the way you think it does. You've been chosen because you have the ability to manipulate it. Cassidy blinked. This had to be a joke. This was some weird hallucination, right? She opened her mouth to argue, but her throat went dry. She had no words. None that seemed to make sense in the situation she found herself in. Lucius tilted his head. You were born with the power to see time in a way no one else can. You can manipulate it, bend it to your will, though you don't fully understand it yet. That's why the ripples are happening. That's why you can feel the world bending. No, Cassidy said, her voice cracking. I'm just a person. A person who works at an insurance office, who drinks too much coffee, who just wants things to stop being weird. Time isn't something that just stops, Cassidy, Lucius said softly. And you can't pretend it doesn't matter anymore. What you do, what you can do, will affect the entire timeline. All of it. The world you know, it's unraveling. Cassidy's mind was spinning, her thoughts fragmented. The clock on the wall blinked again, 10:22, then jumped to 9:47. The world wavered as though it were underwater. Lucius stepped forward. You're not imagining it. You've been caught in a battle you didn't choose. But you are part of it. Whether you like it or not. I don't, Cassidy trailed off, her thoughts scattered like confetti in the wind. There was no escape from this, no way to turn back. The world around her continued to flicker, and she was helpless to stop it. A new voice, the voice she'd heard in her head earlier, spoke again. The architects are coming. You have to choose. Help us, or the timeline will shatter beyond repair. Cassidy gripped the edge of the counter, fighting the dizziness. Architects? She thought, her pulse pounding in her ears. But the voice didn't respond. Lucius was still there, waiting, his eyes unwavering. You're not crazy. But you do have to decide, Cassidy. Will you help us fix time? Or will you stand aside while everything you know disappears? Cassidy's stomach twisted. She had no answers, only questions. But one thing was clear, there was no going back. Lucius stepped closer, his gaze intense. The choice is yours. But you're running out of time. Cassidy's fingers tightened around the counter. The room around her swirled, and she felt the pull of something greater, something larger than herself. Time was no longer just a ticking clock. Time was a battleground, and she was the weapon. She couldn't escape it. And maybe, just maybe, she wasn't supposed to. Cassidy stood there, her mind swirling, her body locked in place by an invisible force. The hum of the fluorescent lights above her seemed to get louder, almost deafening. Time was ticking, but it felt like everything around her had slowed down. She looked at Lucius, the man who had appeared from nowhere and seemed to know more about her than she did herself. His eyes were steady, unwavering, and that unsettling calm of his made Cassidy's skin prickle. He was waiting for her to answer, to make a decision that felt far beyond her comprehension, but how could she make a decision? Everything she knew about the world, her job, her life, her reality, was being ripped apart, piece by piece. Time itself was a battlefield, and she was the weapon. She didn't ask for this. Hell, she hadn't even known it was possible. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, she said, her voice unsteady, but she didn't break her gaze from his. You want me to fix time? That doesn't even make sense. Lucius's lips twitched into a thin smile. It doesn't have to make sense right now. What matters is that you understand the consequences of inaction. If you do nothing, time will continue to unravel. The ripples will become waves. History will collapse in on itself, and the world as you know it will cease to exist. Her breath hitched. History, collapse? She wanted to laugh at the absurdity of it all, but the weight of his words was too heavy. This is all so insane. No, Lucius replied, his voice soft yet firm. It's reality, Cassidy. And it's already happening. The air around her seemed to thrum with an energy she couldn't explain, as if time itself were vibrating, stretched thin across the universe, waiting for a force, someone, to hold it steady. Her heart pounded. This wasn't just about fixing small mistakes, small regrets. This wasn't about preventing a bad day or reversing a broken coffee machine. No, this was about controlling the flow of the entire universe, the past, the present, the future. The idea of holding that kind of power was overwhelming. Terrifying, but at the same time, something inside her stirred, a sense of rightness, as if the pieces of a puzzle she hadn't even realized she was solving were suddenly snapping together. She was the one who could control it. She had the power. It was inside her. And deep down, Cassidy knew there was no running away from it. She wasn't just a regular office worker, a cog in the corporate machine. She was something more. Chosen, Lucius had said. But chosen for what? She couldn't ignore it anymore. All right, Cassidy finally said, her voice rough with the weight of her decision. Say I believe you. Say I believe this is real. What exactly do you want me to do? Lucius stepped closer, his expression serious. You've already done something, whether you realize it or not. You've created the fractures, the disruptions, the ripples. But you didn't know what they meant. You didn't understand the power you had. Now, you need to learn how to control it, before it's too late. Cassidy frowned. And how do I do that? You don't exactly make a habit of explaining things, Lucius. He nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly. We don't have much time. But I'll teach you. I'll show you how to wield your power. Time is like a river. It can be shaped, redirected, even paused. But every change, every shift, comes at a cost. Her chest tightened. What kind of cost? The more you manipulate time, the more fragile it becomes. The fabric of reality will weaken. If you push too far, too fast, you risk collapsing the timeline altogether. Cassidy's stomach turned. So, no pressure, right? Lucius's gaze didn't waver. The fate of time itself depends on your choices. If you fail, the universe as we know it will cease to exist. The world will be trapped in a never-ending loop of chaos. There's no going back. Her mind reeled. The weight of his words settled like a stone in her chest. She couldn't breathe. Couldn't think straight. And then she felt it, a shift in the air, a change, like a gust of wind blowing through her, but there was no wind. It was the world around her, warping again. The clock blinked from 10:35 to 10:40 to 10:42, as though someone was skipping ahead, changing the numbers without her consent. Lucius stepped back, his eyes watching her closely. You feel that? That's the ripple. A shift in the timeline. Cassidy gritted her teeth. And you want me to fix it? How? You have the power to set things right, Lucius said. But only you can choose how to use it. She didn't have a clear answer, but something inside her urged her forward, pushed her to do something. Something. What happens if I don't do anything? She asked, trying to steady her voice, though it shook slightly. The ripples will keep growing, Lucius said softly, his tone almost apologetic. Soon, it won't just be time that's broken. The very fabric of reality will unravel. Things will slip between the cracks. People, places, events, they'll be lost to the void. Cassidy shuddered at the thought. She couldn't let that happen. Not if she had the power to stop it. I'll help, she said, the words slipping out before she could fully process them. I don't know how, but I'll do what I can. Lucius nodded once, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Good. Time is not something you can control easily. But you will learn. I'll teach you. But be prepared. The more you do, the more you'll feel the weight of it. It won't be easy. And you will be forced to make choices you can't unmake. The words hung heavy between them, but Cassidy didn't back down. If she was going to be pulled into this, she was going to do everything she could to protect the world she knew. Where do we start? She asked, her voice steadier than she felt. Lucius's eyes gleamed. First, you need to understand how to focus your power. Time isn't just about seeing the past or future, it's about understanding the patterns, the flow. You've already started to feel it, haven't you? The ripples. Cassidy closed her eyes for a moment, focusing on the sensation inside her. It was strange, like a pulse in her chest, a rhythm that didn't match the normal ticking of the clock. She felt it, a faint hum beneath her skin. Yeah, she said slowly. I feel it. Lucius's voice softened. That's where you start. Focus on the ripples. They're a sign that you can shift the flow. You just need to learn how to direct them. Start small. A few seconds. A minute, maybe. She nodded, even though she wasn't sure she understood any of it. Okay. I'll try. Lucius stepped back. You're not going to succeed immediately. It's a process. But you're already more attuned to it than most people could ever hope to be. Cassidy closed her eyes again, trying to still the rush of thoughts in her head. It was a strange, impossible thing to wrap her mind around, but something inside her told her that this power, wasn't a mistake. It was real. And it was hers. For better or worse, she had to learn to control it. She focused on the pulse inside her, letting it guide her, feeling the ripple grow stronger, sharper, until the world shuddered. The office around her flickered, and for a split second, Cassidy saw what looked like another version of the break room, one that was half buried in shadows, its edges frayed like an old photograph. She gasped and opened her eyes. Lucius was watching her, his expression unreadable. Good, he said quietly. You've started. But Cassidy wasn't sure whether she felt good about it. Because now that she had touched the ripples, there was no turning back. Liao Zhang had been running for what felt like hours, though time was a tricky thing when you could rewind it. The clock on the wall of the ruined library blinked erratically, as if it were trying to remind her of its own irrelevance. Outside, the dark sky was a painting gone wrong, streaks of purple and green hanging in the air like a bad acid trip. It looked like the end of the world, and to Lia, that wasn't even a metaphor. She ducked behind a stack of half-destroyed books, catching her breath, her heart thudding in her chest. For a moment, she let herself enjoy the silence. In a world where everything seemed to be chasing her, silence was a luxury. But, of course, that didn't last long. A voice crackled through the speakers overhead. We know you're here, Zhang. You can't hide forever. The future belongs to the timekeepers. Lia rolled her eyes. Great, she muttered, pulling herself up and peeking out from behind the shelves. The timekeepers. A bunch of authoritarian pricks who liked to pretend they were the universe's official time police. They had a very specific idea of what time was supposed to look like: linear, unyielding, completely predictable. And they hated people like Lia, people who had a talent for breaking it all. She glanced at her wristwatch, a cheap thing she'd swiped from a pawn shop. Time was ticking down. Literally. She had only a few minutes before the timekeepers would bust in, guns blazing. But Lia wasn't worried. She had something far more useful than a timepiece strapped to her wrist. With a swift motion, she twisted the small dial on the watch, a nervous habit at this point. And, just like that, the world around her froze. Well, not exactly froze. It was more like the universe hit pause. The air stilled, and the noise vanished. She could see the faint outlines of the timekeepers outside the library, frozen mid-step, their mechanical uniforms gleaming like something out of a bad sci-fi movie. Leah grinned to herself. Another close call avoided. I'm so good at this, she said aloud, admiring the stillness. Then, with a shrug, she rewound time by 2 minutes, just enough to make the situation a little bit more manageable. She walked past the frozen guards, as though she were casually strolling through a museum of utter confusion. Of course, the universe had a nasty habit of not appreciating when she played around with time. As she passed the last set of frozen guards, a tiny ripple in the air caught her attention. It wasn't much, just a faint distortion, a blip. But Leah had seen enough to know that those blips didn't just vanish. They stuck around. She froze mid-step, scanning the room. The ripple was getting bigger, like a stone sinking into water. Her heartbeat sped up. Crap, she muttered, and before she could move to investigate, the world snapped back to reality. The guards moved again, but something was different. The air was different. It felt heavier. Wrong. And then it hit her. The timeline. She'd done it again. Not again, Leah whispered, her stomach twisting. The last time she'd messed with the flow of time like this, it had led to an entire city block being erased from existence. But this? This felt bigger. The sky outside was no longer just an unsettling shade of purple, it was almost alive. The city around her had morphed into something more sinister, more controlled. In the distance, the tall buildings were lined with surveillance drones, hovering like mechanical vultures, their lights scanning every corner of the street. Leah could feel them. They were watching her. No. Worse than that. They knew her. Leah stumbled back, her breath coming faster. She twisted the dial on her wristwatch again, but this time, the rewind didn't take. Time didn't bend for her. The world was solidifying in a way she hadn't expected. She had become an anomaly in an increasingly anomalous timeline. Damn it, she muttered under her breath, running a hand through her short black hair. Her mind raced. She had to get out of there, back to her own timeline. If she didn't, who knew what kind of hell this messed up future would become? Leah darted for the exit, but before she could make it to the door, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Calm, collected, and eerily familiar. We've been waiting for you, Leah. The words hit her like a punch in the gut. She spun around, heart thumping in her chest. Standing in the doorway was a man in a crisp black uniform, his face half obscured by a mask. But his eyes, those eyes, Leah recognized them immediately. Zeke? She asked, incredulously. He nodded. I know, it's been a while. Leah stared at him, disbelief clouding her thoughts. She remembered Zeke. She'd met him years ago, before the world started crumbling around them. Back when things had seemed normal. But he was supposed to be dead. She saw him die in the last timeline, right before everything went to hell. How was he standing here, looking as calm and composed as ever? The Zeke who died? She asked, her voice hoarse. The same one, he replied with a slight smirk. Or maybe, not the same one. There's a lot of that going around these days. Leah's eyes narrowed. Something wasn't right. What the hell is going on? This place, it's not right. I don't even recognize it anymore. Zeke looked around, his expression unreadable. It's what happens when time gets too messy. Things collapse. You've made your mark on this world, Leah, whether you intended to or not. She took a step forward, her hand instinctively reaching for the dial on her wrist. What do you mean, my mark? I've just been fixing things. She glanced back toward the broken remnants of the library. Or trying to. Zeke shook his head. Fixing things, huh? That's not what you've been doing. You've been twisting time. And each time you rewind, each time you alter things, the timeline gets a little bit more fragile. Leah felt a chill run down her spine. What are you saying? The future you're standing in? It's the result of countless rewinds. You've been messing with time for years. You think you're helping people, but each time you change something, you leave a little crack behind. And now? Now those cracks are starting to break the whole thing apart. She could feel her heart drop. So this is my fault? Everything? Zeke nodded, his eyes hard. Yeah. But it's not just you. You're part of a larger cycle. It's happened before. It'll happen again. Leah's head spun. She wanted to argue, to fight back, but the truth was creeping in too fast. She had always thought that if she could just rewind time enough, she could fix everything. Save people. Save herself. But now, staring at Zeke, the weight of what she'd done hit her like a ton of bricks. I didn't mean for any of this, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Zeke stepped closer, his tone softening for just a moment. No one ever does. But you're still here, Leah. And the question is, what are you going to do about it? The moment hung between them, thick and suffocating. Leah felt her pulse quicken, her mind whirling. Time wasn't something she could just fix. Not anymore. She had no idea how to stop this, how to stop herself, but if she didn't try, if she didn't do something, the world she knew, the world she wanted to return to, would be lost forever. I need to fix this, she said, her voice steadier now, though her hands trembled. I need to undo it. All of it. Zeke raised an eyebrow. You can't undo it, Leah. You can't fix this with a few rewinds. The system's too far gone for that. Leah looked at him, determination hardening in her chest. Then I'll burn it all down. Zeke chuckled darkly, as if he'd been waiting for her to say that. That's the spirit. Leah didn't have a plan, not really. But when had she ever? The only thing she knew for certain was that she couldn't let this future stand. It didn't matter if she had to burn down the whole damn thing to set things right, she'd already made enough mistakes to know that sometimes, the only way to fix something was to break it first. Zeke's eyes gleamed with something she couldn't quite place. Was it admiration? Resignation? He was always hard to read, but there was no mistaking the way he sized her up now. He was calculating, trying to figure out what she'd do next. And Leah wasn't sure she had an answer, but she wasn't going to back down either. All right, Zeke, she said, her voice steady despite the storm of thoughts crashing around her. You want to help me burn it all down? Then let's go. Zeke's smile was a slow curve. You don't know what you're asking, Leah. The timekeepers have eyes everywhere. You think a few glitches and rewinds will get you past them? It's a little more complicated than that. Then tell me what we need to do, Leah shot back, her impatience creeping into her words. I've been dealing with this for too long to keep playing nice. He nodded, as if he'd expected this response. He took a step toward the door and paused, his hand hovering over the rusted handle. You're sure about this? Leah glanced over her shoulder at the darkened horizon, where the flickering lights of drones dotted the sky like ghosts. This was her fault. She had a hand in all of this. And no matter how much she hated it, she had to take responsibility. She had no other choice but to try. I don't have time to second-guess myself. Zeke pushed the door open. The stale air of the city outside hit her like a slap. It was thick with the kind of metallic tension only a world controlled by omnipresent surveillance could generate. The streets were empty, save for the occasional drone hovering silently above, scanning every inch of the block. For a moment, Leah felt like a rat in a cage, but that was the thing about rats, they always found a way out, they didn't speak as they moved through the narrow alleyways. Zeke led the way, his eyes darting around, as if expecting something, or someone, to jump out at them. Leah followed close behind, her mind still spinning, trying to process everything. They couldn't just walk into the timekeeper's compound and start setting fire to their operations. No, they needed a plan, something smarter. Zeke stopped abruptly in front of a rusted door tucked away behind a pile of old crates. Without a word, he knelt down and slid a small device from his belt. He tapped it against the door, and the locks clicked open, the heavy metal swinging inward. "Get in," Zeke said, his voice low, tense. Leah hesitated for a moment. She hadn't known what to expect from Zeke's little operation. She certainly didn't think it would involve breaking into what looked like an abandoned storage facility. But when she stepped inside, she immediately felt the weight of it. The walls were lined with strange equipment, screens flickering with static, monitors that showed shifting images, none of them clear. The air smelled like old circuitry, and it hummed with the kind of energy Leah recognized immediately. "Where are we?" she asked, though she already had an inkling. "Safe house," Zeke replied. "Or what's left of one. This is where I've been hiding out. You're lucky I didn't burn it down when you messed with the timeline. The more you screw with time, the more these places collapse." Leah nodded absently, too focused on the rows of devices around her. She could feel it now, the echoes of time folding over itself in a way she couldn't undo. It wasn't just her actions anymore, the timeline had become its own twisted, living thing, and everything she'd touched had left behind scars. The ripples were everywhere, bleeding through the walls of this room, through the cracks in the ground beneath her. "You said something about fixing the timeline. How?" Leah asked. "Because I need a real answer, Zeke. Not some cryptic bullshit." Zeke turned to face her, his expression unreadable. "You're not going to like it, but it's the only way. You have to stop yourself from ever discovering the time manipulation in the first place." Leah blinked. "You're telling me to undo all of it? To never know I can control time?" "That's right." Zeke's voice was level. "You have to stop being the catalyst for everything that's gone wrong. You've created a loop. Every time you fix something, you distort it further. The only way to break the cycle is to remove yourself from it completely. You'll erase every trace of yourself, but the world will go back to the way it was." Leah's pulse quickened. "But if I do that, if I forget everything I've done, everyone I've helped, it'll all vanish. It's like I never existed." Zeke's gaze softened for a split second, but then his mask of detachment returned. "Maybe. But if you don't do this, you'll never stop the collapse. Time is coming undone, Leah. And it's all because of you." She clenched her fists. He was right. She could feel the weight of it, pressing against her chest. The truth was inescapable. But what Zeke was asking her to do was something she couldn't just walk into lightly. It meant erasing herself, erasing the last few years, erasing everything she thought she could fix. "What happens to me? If I do this, what happens to me?" she asked, her voice strained. "I don't know," Zeke said quietly. "But I do know that the world won't survive if you don't. You can't keep holding on to the past. The future is collapsing, Leah. And it's because of you." She looked around the room, at the flickering screens and the hum of machinery, and then at Zeke. He was right. This wasn't a fight she could win by forcing her way through time. She had to let go. She had to let time heal itself. Leah didn't know what would happen to her after this. Maybe she would disappear. Maybe she would simply cease to exist. But if that was the price of undoing the mess she'd made, then it was one she was willing to pay. For once, she didn't feel the need to control everything. Time had a way of righting itself, and maybe, just maybe, it was time to let it do its job. She took a deep breath. "All right," she said. "Let's do it." Zeke nodded, his lips pressed into a thin line. "I'll help you. But once you make the decision, there's no going back." Leah closed her eyes. She could feel the timeline stretching out before her, its endless loops and fractures. It was a maze. A labyrinth she had built with her own hands. But now, she had the chance to tear it all down. I know, she whispered. Zeke moved to the central console and began typing furiously, his fingers flying over the keys. The machine hummed louder, and the air in the room seemed to vibrate. Leah stood still, waiting, her heart beating loudly in her chest. Her world was about to change, and there was no turning back. When Zeke looked up at her again, his eyes were filled with something she couldn't place: fear, hope, maybe even a little pity. But there was no more time for questions. He pressed a final key, and the entire room seemed to breathe in unison, the hum reaching a fever pitch. Leah felt a sharp tug in her chest, as though someone was pulling at the very core of her being. Time, her time, was unraveling. The world, the future, it all blurred before her eyes, and then, just like that, it was gone. The world went black. For a moment, Leah felt as though she were floating in a void, caught in a liminal space where time no longer had any meaning. There was no sense of self, no sense of anything, just pure emptiness. She tried to reach for something, anything, to tether herself to reality, but there was nothing. And then, without warning, the blackness shattered. A sharp pulse of light, like a jagged flash of lightning, coursed through her body, filling her chest with a sudden, intense pressure. Her skin prickled. Her mind raced. The weight of time seemed to press down on her from every direction, suffocating and liberating all at once. She gasped, her lungs burning, as the feeling of being pulled apart and put back together again washed over her. The edges of her consciousness blurred, her thoughts, her memories, her identity, all swirling together in a kaleidoscope of fractured images. But then, just as quickly as it had begun, it stopped. Leah blinked, disoriented, her breath coming in shallow gasps. She was standing in the middle of a quiet street, the air cool against her skin. The world around her was normal. Too normal. The buildings were still standing, the streets were clean and bustling with life. There were no drones hovering in the sky, no timekeepers marching in lockstep. The sky was a soft, pale blue, and the sun hung high above, casting its warm light over everything. It looked like the world before everything had gone to hell, before the fractures in time had started to tear it all apart. It felt right. Leah's heart pounded in her chest. She looked down at her hands, half expecting them to be trembling or fading away into nothingness. But they were solid. Real. She flexed her fingers, feeling the weight of her body beneath her. She was alive. She was here. But what did that mean? Her mind raced. Had it worked? Had she undone everything? Was she still her? A distant memory flickered at the edges of her consciousness. She tried to grab hold of it, but it slipped away, like smoke curling into the wind. There was something important she was forgetting, something she should remember. But the harder she tried to pull the threads together, the more they unraveled. There was a gap in her mind, like a missing piece, a hole she couldn't fill. Something had changed. She didn't know what. But it felt like she had lost something. Something she couldn't get back. Leah took a deep breath, trying to calm the storm inside her mind. She glanced around, trying to make sense of her surroundings. She was standing at the edge of a familiar park. No, not familiar, but close enough. It was just like the park in her old neighborhood, back before the timelines had collided, back when everything was still in flux. The benches were old but well-maintained, the trees were tall and green, and there were children playing in the distance, laughing, shouting, blissfully unaware of the world around them. Is this it? She murmured to herself. Did it work? But before she could think any further, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Leah? She froze. The voice was soft, almost hesitant, but there was no mistaking it. She knew that voice. Slowly, she turned, her heart beating faster now, her stomach twisting in a way she couldn't explain. Standing a few feet away, a little to the side, was Zeke. He wasn't wearing his usual gear, his usual cold demeanor replaced with a softer expression, one that was almost concerned. But that didn't make sense. If she'd undone everything, if she'd reset the timeline, then Zeke shouldn't be here. He should have never known her. He should have never existed in her world. Zeke, she whispered, her voice cracking. She took a step forward, her legs shaky beneath her. How? How are you here? What happened? Zeke blinked, then offered her a small smile. He looked just as confused as she felt. You really don't remember, do you? The question sent a jolt through Leah's chest. Remember what? She demanded, her voice sharp, suddenly defensive. I don't understand. This is all wrong. You're not supposed to be here. But Zeke didn't seem surprised. He just shook his head, his expression calm but something like sadness flickering in his eyes. It's not that simple, Leah. You've done more than you realize. Leah took another step back, her mind spinning. What are you talking about? You were supposed to be gone. This was supposed to fix everything. I was supposed to fix it. The smile faded from Zeke's face, replaced with something more solemn. You can't fix time, Leah. You can't just erase everything and expect it to go away. You've altered the timeline, sure, but you haven't removed yourself from it. You never will. Leah's chest tightened. What does that mean? What did I do? Zeke sighed, looking at her with a mix of pity and something deeper, something darker. You've set the timeline on its course, Leah. But it's not like it was before. You can't undo what you did. And the more you try, the worse it gets. Then why are you here? Leah's voice was barely above a whisper now. If I fixed everything, if I stopped it, then why are you here? Zeke met her gaze, his eyes calm, but his voice was thick with something else, something she couldn't quite name. Because you never fixed it, Leah. You can't fix it. You've only made it worse. Every time you play with time, every time you try to control it, you create a new fracture, a new tear. And each one pulls you deeper into this loop. No, Leah said, shaking her head. I can't. I did what you said. I erased myself. I erased everything. Zeke took a step toward her, his face softening with a look of grim understanding. You can't just erase yourself, Leah. You can't erase the consequences of your choices. You've left a mark on time, and no matter how much you try to undo it, you'll always be part of it. The timelines are always going to find you. The words hit her like a slap. She had thought it was over. She had thought that resetting everything would set things right, that she could finally let go of the weight that had been hanging around her neck for so long. But now she realized, no matter how many times she rewound, no matter how many timelines she tried to fix, she would always be tied to them. She was part of the problem. She wanted to scream, to rage against the unfairness of it all, but she didn't. Instead, she stood there, numb, her thoughts whirling like a storm inside her head. You'll keep trying to fix things, Zeke said, his voice gentle but firm. And you'll keep breaking them. But one day, maybe you'll realize you can't undo everything. You can't change it. The future is already written, Leah. And no matter what you do, you can't escape it. Her eyes blurred with unshed tears. She didn't want to hear this. She didn't want to face the truth. But deep down, she knew it was right. You don't have to do this alone, Zeke added quietly, stepping closer. But you have to stop trying to fight time. You'll lose every time. Leah closed her eyes, breathing in deep. The world around her was still perfect, normal, untouched, but she knew it wasn't real. It couldn't be. She had tried to rewrite the timeline, but in the end, she had only become a part of it, a thread woven into its fabric that couldn't be pulled out without unraveling everything. When she opened her eyes again, Zeke was gone, and she was alone. Dr. Mei Lin had always thought that time was something you could master, like a complex equation or a tricky experiment. In the world of temporal mechanics, where she was known as one of the brightest minds, time was both a fascination and a frustrating enigma. But as she stood on the edge of a tiny, bizarre island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, her belief in that old scientific certitude began to waver. She had come here for something simple, an environmental study, a little field trip to inspect rising sea levels and their impact on the surrounding ecology. Nothing too exciting, just another checkmark on the long list of things she'd promised to do that week. But as the propeller plane touched down on the small strip of land, Mei Lin felt a strange shiver of anticipation in her bones. It wasn't the kind of sensation you'd get from a mild chill or nerves. No, it was something deeper, as if the island itself had a secret to reveal, something that didn't belong in the natural world at all. "Welcome to your very own vacation from time," she muttered under her breath, adjusting the strap of her backpack. Her tone was dry, as always, but she couldn't shake the strange feeling that had settled on her chest like a heavy stone. The plane had landed so smoothly, almost unnaturally so. There wasn't a single gust of wind to ruffle the trees, no flapping of birds' wings, no crests of waves rolling onto the shore. The island felt as though it were suspended, held in a momentary pause. Mei took her first step onto the beach, the grainy sand beneath her boots as motionless as the sea. "All right, let's get this over with," she muttered, taking out her tablet to record some preliminary data. But as she scrolled through her research notes, something caught her eye. Her watch, a sleek, silver piece she'd spent years designing, blinked erratically. It wasn't supposed to do that. The display flickered and skipped ahead, then back, before resetting itself completely. She glanced around. Everything, was perfectly still. Not a ripple in the ocean, not a single bird overhead. Mei could hear nothing except the rush of blood in her ears and the light rustle of her own breathing. "Okay, maybe I'm having a moment," she said, forcing herself to take a breath. "No big deal. Just a glitch. Or maybe I'm just jet-lagged." But as she walked further into the island, the eerie stillness remained. No animals stirred in the dense jungle behind her, no insects buzzed around her head. It was as though the entire world was holding its breath. After a few more minutes of uneasy investigation, Mei found something that shouldn't have been there, a perfectly still bird, mid-flight, hovering 5 feet off the ground. She froze. The bird's wings were locked in place, held in an impossible position. The creature's eyes were wide, the feathers stiff, and the faintest shimmer of what could only be described as frozen time pulsed in the air around it. "Okay, this is officially weird," Mei said aloud, her voice cutting through the silence like a knife. She walked around the frozen bird, her curiosity piqued. The more she looked, the more anomalies she saw. A soccer ball, suspended in mid-air, it seemed stretched in a perfect, unchanging moment. A picnic scene, a family, smiling, hands half raised to hold sandwiches or drinks, frozen in mid-motion like a life-size photograph. It didn't make sense. How could this happen? Time wasn't just frozen here. It was paused. Trapped. Great. Just great, Mei muttered to herself. Maybe I'll just call this one in and let the experts figure it out. But deep down, she knew she wasn't going to do that. She had to understand what was going on here. Her scientific mind refused to let go of the puzzle. Mei walked further inland, leaving the surreal scene behind, searching for an explanation. The island seemed empty, as if it were frozen in time, and yet, there was an odd, almost oppressive feeling in the air, like it was just waiting for something to move, just waiting for something to break free. By the time she reached the jungle's edge, she had forgotten about the bird, the soccer ball, and even the frozen family. Instead, her focus turned to the faint humming noise that now seemed to vibrate in her ears. It wasn't natural. "Not good," she whispered. The humming grew louder as she walked, as if it were beckoning her forward. Mei followed the sound to a small clearing, where she found something unexpected, something that shouldn't have been there at all, a high-tech device, half buried in the dirt. She knelt down to inspect it, her heart suddenly racing. The device was covered in the same type of advanced materials she worked with, the same materials she had spent years studying for the temporal experiments she was involved with back in the lab. This wasn't just any gadget. This was a piece of technology that she recognized all too well. Her fingers brushed the smooth surface of the device. Her pulse quickened. May stood up abruptly. This shouldn't be here. The device, one she knew had been decommissioned, was clearly still operational. It was one of the experimental time control devices that her team had worked on years ago. An experimental machine designed to manipulate time by creating a pocket where time moved differently than in the outside world. It had been shut down after disastrous results during testing. But here it was, on this island. Sitting quietly. Waiting. And most terrifying of all, it seemed to be the source of the time anomaly surrounding her. Her mind raced, her breath quickened. If this device was still active, if it was still functional, then this island, the entire anomaly she was standing in, was the result of an experiment gone horribly wrong. The ground beneath her felt strangely unstable, and her head spun as if the world around her was warping into something unrecognizable. She stumbled backward, hands reaching for her equipment. The faintest whiff of déjà vu swept through her, and she had the unsettling feeling that something wasn't right. Something had already happened. Something was waiting for her to find out. May's heart skipped a beat when she realized the obvious. She had to have been involved in this experiment. But how? She dug deeper into the device's control panel, her mind desperately grasping for any clue as to why the experiment had failed so catastrophically. The air around her buzzed again, as though the island itself was alive, watching her. But all she could hear were her own frantic thoughts. This was no ordinary time anomaly. There was a twist here, one that she wasn't prepared for. And that's when it happened. The air shimmered, and the device flashed, emitting a low, resonating hum. May jumped back. Before she could process it, a vision, no, a memory, flooded her mind. She saw herself, older, standing in front of a large team of scientists. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't a memory she'd had before. She was seeing herself, her future self, giving orders. She was part of this experiment. She was the one who had made the decision to continue the trials, even after the warnings. The realization hit her like a punch in the gut. This is my fault. She whispered, staring at the device. This is all because of me. But what had happened? What had gone so horribly wrong? And more importantly, what had she done to cause it? Mei Lin's pulse raced as the full weight of her realization crashed down on her. This was the result of her actions, or rather, the actions of her future self. She had read about the risks in the research notes, about the dangers of manipulating time. But to see it now, to feel the consequences wrapped around her like a suffocating fog, was another thing entirely. The humming from the device had stopped, but the sensation of being watched didn't fade. It lingered in the air like static, invisible yet inescapable. May's mind scrambled, trying to piece together what had happened, what had gone wrong. She reached for the tablet strapped to her arm, fingers trembling as she opened up her research logs from the past few days. The experimental data on temporal manipulation had been promising at first, but she'd seen the reports about the anomalies, the discrepancies, the warning signs that no one wanted to acknowledge. The whole thing had felt rushed, pushed by an urgency that May had tried to ignore but couldn't. There had been pressure, deadlines, a drive to break through the unknown, to change history, and to control time itself. Had they been too eager? Too confident? A crash of frustration rose in her chest. It wasn't just the failure of the experiment. It was that everything about this place, the silence, the stillness, felt wrong. Like the island was a mirror of her own doubts and guilt. She could almost hear her future self's voice echoing through the haze of her thoughts. The woman in the vision, her older, wearier self, had been in the same position once. They had both been consumed by the allure of controlling time. But it seemed they hadn't understood the cost. The device still sat there in the clearing, almost innocently. It looked like a piece of technology that could have been plucked from the future, sleek, silver, humming with quiet power. It was deceptively simple, as if someone had taken an idea too far, pushing it into a territory where things like time and space weren't supposed to go. May reached out again, this time more cautiously. Her fingers brushed over the controls, feeling a familiar warmth pulse through the device. The screens flickered to life. For a brief, unbidden moment, she was struck by the overwhelming urge to shut it down, to walk away, and pretend she had never found this place. But she knew it wasn't that simple. The very fact that she had discovered it meant it was part of her future, part of her destiny. She couldn't leave without facing it. Forcing herself to take a deep breath, May examined the interface, trying to make sense of the data streaming across the screens. The patterns were chaotic, incomprehensible to anyone who hadn't been part of the original research. But May had been. She knew what it was. Temporal destabilization. This island was the result of an experiment that had gone catastrophically wrong. The device was supposed to create a small, isolated bubble of time, an area where events could be accelerated, decelerated, or even frozen. But something had malfunctioned. Something had pushed the limits too far, and the temporal pocket had swallowed everything in its wake. The island, the trees, the people, everything was trapped in a moment that had never been meant to exist, the weight of it all pressed down on her chest. Her mind refused to accept the implications, but deep down, she knew the truth. The accident had been caused by her, or at least by the version of herself that had yet to make this discovery. The future May had sent this device back, somehow, either by accident or by design, to warn her, or to beg for help. The message from the future woman had been clear. Even if she didn't remember it, May could hear her own voice in her head, a bitter echo. "You won't remember me now, but you will blame me later." The words clung to her like a promise, like a knot she couldn't untie. She sat down, her back to the device, staring out at the stillness of the island. There had to be a way to fix it. There had to be something she could do to reverse the damage. Maybe if she could get the machine to reset, or reprogram it somehow, the time pocket could be collapsed. Maybe. A sudden noise behind her made her whip around, heart leaping into her throat. But there was nothing. No person, no animal, no disturbance at all. The island was as silent as before. Her thoughts spiraled, each new theory and hypothesis only digging her deeper into confusion. The last thing she needed right now was to start losing her mind. But something was pulling at her, something she couldn't ignore. The longer she stood there, the more she realized that the island itself wasn't just frozen, it was watching her. The oppressive feeling, the strange hum in the air, the way the landscape felt almost too perfectly still, it was as if the island itself was aware of her presence. "Come on, May," she muttered to herself, standing up. "Don't lose it now." With shaking hands, she reached for the device again, but this time she noticed something new, something she hadn't seen before. The screen flickered once more, but this time, the message was different. The characters weren't the usual symbols she was used to, not the complex time calculations she'd grown accustomed to. Instead, they were words. Words written in her handwriting. "You're too late." She stared at the screen, heart hammering in her chest. The handwriting was unmistakable. Her own. The message seemed to pulse with an urgency that made her stomach turn. She tried to touch the screen, but the moment her fingers made contact, the display changed again. This time, it wasn't words. It was a face that it was her face. The future May Lin was staring back at her from the screen. Older, more tired, but unmistakably her. And the expression on that face was something May would never forget. Desperation. Fear. And beneath it all, a deep, crushing sorrow. The image flickered for a moment, as if caught between two worlds, before the voice, her voice, broke through the silence. "I'm sorry," the future May whispered, her voice so faint that it seemed to come from all around her. "I never meant for any of this to happen. You have to stop it. You have to fix what we started." The device hummed again, the words of warning echoing in her mind. May felt her knees weaken. Her mind reeled from the realization that she was staring not at a machine, but at the consequences of her own mistakes. She was the cause. But the worst part, the part that cut deeper than any failure, was that she hadn't remembered this future. She hadn't remembered the woman who stood in front of her now, pleading for her help. The vision of future May flickered one last time, and in a final, desperate gasp, she said, don't let us, become this." Then, the screen went black, the silence in the air grew thicker, heavier. May stood frozen in place, staring at the empty screen, her hands trembling. It was clear now. The island was a manifestation of a mistake, a result of her own future actions. The woman who had warned her was herself, just an older version, scarred by the very decisions May had yet to make. But that meant one thing: if she didn't act now, she was doomed to make the same choices. She would become that version of herself, lost in guilt and regret. Her breath hitched as she turned back to the jungle, feeling the weight of time pressing against her. There was no more time to waste. She had to find a way to stop this. To fix it, but how? The thought of erasing everything, resetting the device, of risking the erasure of her own memories, of losing the knowledge she had of what had happened, gnawed at her. What if the experiment wasn't just an anomaly but a marker of her future, something that couldn't be avoided no matter how hard she tried? She swallowed hard and moved toward the device again, her fingers hovering over the buttons. The machine buzzed lightly, as though it knew what was coming, and that's when the answer struck her. The only way to stop it, the only way to reset the time pocket, was to destroy the device entirely. She had to sever the connection, break the loop, and in doing so, erase not just the island but everything that led her here. May stared down at the device, her hand shaking as she reached for the power switch. She hesitated. For a moment, it felt like she was on the edge of a precipice, looking down into an abyss that would swallow everything, but the future was already written in stone. She couldn't turn back. With a deep breath, May pressed the button. The world around her shuddered, and then, everything went dark. The silence was suffocating. It pressed in from all sides, a thick, heavy blanket that wrapped around her, suffocating the very air she breathed. May Lin had expected a jolt, a shock, perhaps a blinding flash of light. But there was nothing but the eerie, oppressive stillness of the island, hanging like a question she couldn't answer. Her fingers were still on the device, trembling slightly as they hovered over the now darkened screen. The familiar hum was gone. The island, the impossible stillness, it was all gone. In its place, an unsettling quiet, a peace that seemed to mock her. May took a slow, steadying breath. She forced herself to step back, her eyes flicking toward the jungle beyond the clearing. Was it over? Was it really over? The thought of the future, the woman she'd seen in the device, her future self, clung to her mind like a ghost. Had she really erased that version of herself, the one who had suffered, who had made the same mistakes? She didn't know. It felt too easy, too clean. The island was silent, frozen, and she didn't know whether that was a victory or a failure. She turned away from the device, stumbling slightly as her legs shook. The weight of what she had just done pressed on her chest. Had she truly fixed it, or had she just made things worse? Had she sealed her own fate? But the thought didn't have time to settle. Something changed in the air. A faint shift, a soft crackle, as if the world around her were waking up. She stopped, her heart skipping a beat. The trees, the leaves, everything began to move. Slowly, at first, like the first tentative steps of something long dormant. The air rippled with a low hum, not unlike the hum of the device, but this time, it felt different. It was a sound of life, a sound of time starting to flow again. A wave of motion ran through the island, and for the first time since she had arrived, May felt the pulse of life again. The soccer ball, still frozen in mid-air, dropped to the ground with a soft thud. The birds, their wings caught in frozen stasis for what felt like eternity, flapped their wings and took off in a sudden flurry. The picnic scene shifted as the people began to blink and move, looking around in confusion, unaware that they had just been frozen in time for what could have been centuries. May blinked, unsure whether she was seeing things clearly. The world was waking up, snapping back into place as if someone had simply pressed play on the pause button that had held it frozen, her breath caught in her throat. Was this real? Had she done it? Was it really over? She stepped forward slowly, almost afraid to disturb the scene in front of her. Everything felt so unreal, like it was all happening in slow motion, as if the island itself was trying to adjust to the change she had made. She could feel the pulse of time returning, the flow of seconds, minutes, hours, all rushing back to their proper rhythm, sweeping through her like a tidal wave. But then, as she stepped closer to the frozen family, who had begun to move again, confused and disoriented, something caught her eye. A glimmer. A flash. It was her future self, the older May, the woman who had warned her, was standing at the edge of the clearing. She looked the same as she had in the device, though now she was solid, real. She was staring at May with an unreadable expression, her face hard, her eyes shadowed by years of exhaustion. But it wasn't just the future May standing there, it was the version of her who had lived through the disaster, who had witnessed it unfold and had been caught in the paradox of her own mistakes. May froze, unsure whether to approach. The other May, her older self, was motionless, locked in place as if caught in a moment that didn't belong. The silence between them was heavy, pregnant with unspoken words. May's heart raced as she stepped forward, cautious but compelled by a force she couldn't name. As she drew closer, the older May's lips parted. The woman spoke, her voice soft but firm, as though every word carried the weight of years of regret. "You shouldn't have done that," the future May said, her voice cracked with sorrow. "You don't understand what you've just done." May's breath caught in her throat. "What are you talking about?" she demanded, her voice sharp with confusion. "I stopped it. I stopped the experiment. I shut down the device." You've only delayed it," the older May interrupted, her voice tinged with bitterness. "You can't erase what's already been done. This island, it was never about time manipulation. It was about trying to control the future, trying to control fate. But you can't change that. You can't fix what's already been written." May shook her head, anger bubbling up in her chest. "No. I can fix it. I've already fixed it. This island is, don't you see?" The older May's eyes flashed, her hand coming up to gesture around them, at the waking world, at the people now slowly returning to life. "This place isn't just frozen time. It's a consequence. A consequence of the choices you made. Of the choices I made. The experiment didn't fail, it created something that can't be undone. We're trapped in this loop, May. All of us. The people here, the time we spent, the time you thought you could manipulate, it's all part of a cycle that can't be broken." "Cycle?" May said, her voice rising with panic. "What are you talking about?" "I destroyed the device. The time loop is over." The older May took a deep, ragged breath. "No, May. The loop doesn't exist in a single moment. It exists in the future, in the past, in every choice we make. You can't break it by destroying one device. Time isn't something you can control. It isn't a toy to be thrown around. You can try to erase the evidence, but the consequences will always follow." May stared at her, trying to make sense of the words, the weight of them sinking into her like a stone. Was this really the future that awaited her? Was this the life she was doomed to? Her future self seemed to read the question in her eyes. "This place," she said quietly, "is just a symptom. You haven't stopped anything. You've only postponed it. It will happen again. It always does." A silence hung between them, thick with unspoken truths. May could feel her chest tightening, the realization beginning to settle like a cold hand around her heart. No matter what she did, no matter how hard she tried to fix it, the cycle would continue. The experiment, the device, the island, it was all part of something larger than her, larger than time itself. She had been drawn into this web, and there was no escaping it. The older May's face softened, a faint glimmer of sympathy crossing her features. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "But there's nothing we can do." There never was. May's breath caught. The finality of the words hit her like a blow. The island, the people waking from their frozen sleep, the endless loop of time that seemed to stretch out before her, wasn't just a consequence of a failed experiment. It was a manifestation of fate itself. And she was its unwitting architect. Her knees went weak, and she stumbled backward, the ground beneath her feeling as though it were giving way. The air around her crackled again, a low hum vibrating through her bones. The island was alive again, but it wasn't free. It was still caught in the grip of time, still bound by the laws that May had tried so desperately to escape. For a moment, everything seemed to stand still again. The people, the trees, the birds, all frozen once more in that impossible, haunting quiet. Then, the hum came again, soft and insistent. May closed her eyes, and the world fell silent. Dr. Jasper Gale stood at the edge of the jungle, arms raised to the sky, sweating profusely, but grinning like a madman. Behind him, the team of scientists and conservationists were murmuring nervously as they adjusted their equipment, setting up their makeshift base beneath the canopy of ancient trees. The rainforest was a living, breathing thing, alive with sounds and smells, its thick air pressing down like a wet blanket. But today, it was about to become something even more alive. Or rather, something accelerated. "All right, everybody, get ready," Dr. Gale called, looking over his shoulder with a gleam in his eyes. "The chronosnap is going to work this time. I promise you, this is it." A collective groan echoed from the team. They'd heard this all before. Jasper, Maya Fields, the lead conservationist, called from behind him, her voice carrying a mix of skepticism and concern. "The last time you promised it would work, we had to spend 3 days in a helicopter to escape that, what did you call it, smoking vine. If this one blows up again, I'm filing for a restraining order." "Ha! Maya, don't be such a pessimist." Dr. Gale shot back, flashing her a quick smile. "We're on the verge of something great. Not only will we save the rainforest, but we'll fix everything, everything. This time, I've dialed it in perfectly. The chronosnap is designed to accelerate the growth of ecosystems, heal the damage done by climate change, and return balance to the environment. No more surprises." Maya arched an eyebrow. She was skeptical, but she trusted Dr. Gale in a way she couldn't fully explain. After all, he was a genius, but he also had the habit of pulling off breakthroughs, followed by spectacular failures. And if it backfires? Lucas Tran, the biologist, asked, his tone dry but his eyes flickering with a mix of curiosity and caution. Dr. Gale's smile never wavered. "Then we'll just adjust. Innovate. Like always." Maya sighed, already mentally preparing herself for the inevitable chaos. She glanced at Avery Chen, the local guide, who was standing with his arms crossed, watching the whole scene with a wary expression. Avery wasn't one for tech-heavy solutions, especially when it came to messing with nature. "I still don't understand why we can't just let the rainforest be," Avery muttered, eyeing the chronosnap device skeptically. It was a small, cylindrical machine no bigger than a baseball bat, perched on a tripod in the center of their camp. Dr. Gale turned to face him, clearly eager to get started. "Avery, nature is already being ravaged by human interference, deforestation, poaching, pollution. If we don't act now, this whole region could collapse. This device can fix that, accelerate nature's recovery. Just think of it, the forests, the wildlife, thriving again, faster than ever." Avery didn't look convinced, but he said nothing more. He'd seen too many well-meaning scientists come and go, all promising miracles that turned into nightmares. "All right," Dr. Gale clapped his hands together, "stand back. Here we go." He turned the ChronoSnap's dial and pressed a large red button. The device hummed to life, its gears clicking and whirring as a soft blue light began to pulse from its center. A low, almost imperceptible vibration rippled through the AIR.AT first. Nothing seemed to happen. The team stood still, watching the machine. Even the sounds of the jungle seemed to fall into a strange, tense silence. Dr. Gale squinted at the screen on the device, his fingers twitching as he prepared to adjust it further. Then, with an unexpected pop, the device let out a high-pitched, almost comical, boing sound, like an overused rubber band snapping back, and a brilliant flash of light filled the clearing. Everyone jumped back, shielding their eyes. When the light faded, the scene before them had transformed. The trees around them, which had looked slightly withered just moments ago, were now bursting with new growth. Vines twisted up the trunks, flowering plants bloomed in a riot of color, and the very air seemed to shimmer with vitality. Incredibly, the dry riverbed, once cracked and barren, was now flowing with fresh, clear water. "Did you see that?" Dr. Gale shouted, his voice full of wonder. "It worked. It actually worked." Maya blinked, her disbelief turning into awe. "That's impossible." But the miracle was short-lived. Almost immediately, the plants around them began to grow at a frightening rate. The vines didn't just stretch up the trees, they started moving, curling toward the scientists like predatory tendrils. The flowers bloomed too fast, releasing clouds of pollen that hung in the air like a dangerous fog. The jungle, once quiet, was now buzzing with an intensity that made the hairs on the back of their necks stand up. "Okay, that's definitely not normal," Lucas said, eyes wide as he stepped back. Dr. Gale frowned, looking at the device in confusion. "It's supposed to accelerate natural growth, not cause whatever this is." A low growl suddenly came from the edge of the clearing. The team froze. From the shadows of the jungle, a group of mutated lizards emerged. They were enormous, their scales now gleaming like armor, their eyes bright and intelligent, scanning the humans with an unsettling awareness. Did those lizards just grow?" Maya asked, voice shaking. Lucas reached for his tranquilizer gun, his voice low. "We need to get back to camp. Fast." But the lizards weren't retreating. Instead, they were advancing, their claws clicking against the ground with each step. The largest of them, easily 8 feet long, opened its mouth in a terrifying display, revealing sharp, serrated teeth and a tongue that flicked in and out like a snake's. "Oh no," Dr. Gale muttered under his breath, backing away slowly. "This is not supposed to happen." Before anyone could react, the lizard lunged, its body slamming into the ground with a force that sent a shockwave through the clearing. It was faster than anything they'd seen before, too fast. One of the vines, now pulsing with unnatural energy, wrapped itself around a nearby tree and shot toward Dr. Gale, trying to trap him. "Get down!" Maya yelled, shoving him aside just in time. The vine missed by inches. "That's it!" Lucas shouted, his voice urgent. "We're dealing with an accelerated ecosystem, evolution on fast forward. We need to shut this thing down, now." Dr. Gale's face went pale. The ChronoSnap had accelerated the environment's growth, but it hadn't just revived the rainforest, it had hypercharged the evolutionary process. The plants were mutating, the animals were mutating, and the whole balance was now thrown into chaos. In a panic, he grabbed the ChronoSnap, fumbling with the settings, but the device was humming ominously, its controls now malfunctioning. It was like trying to put toothpaste back in the tube, only the toothpaste was evolving into something much, much worse. Suddenly, a howl echoed through the jungle, followed by the terrifying sound of multiple large creatures moving through the trees. They were coming toward them. More mutated animals, more hyper-evolved predators, each one faster and smarter than the last. Dr. Gale's heart pounded in his chest as he realized the scope of the disaster. He had wanted to save the jungle, but instead, he had unleashed chaos. And they were running out of time. The giant lizards were closing in fast, their eyes gleaming with predatory intelligence. The air felt thick and charged, like the calm before a storm, except this wasn't a storm, it was something far worse. Dr. Gale's hands shook as he fumbled with the chronosnap, the device flashing wild, erratic patterns on its screen. It wasn't responding the way it was supposed to, and every second seemed to draw the creatures nearer. The vine from earlier had snaked around the base of a tree, its tendrils moving like serpents, pulsating as though it had a mind of its own. "Move!" Maya shouted, grabbing Dr. Gale by the arm. She dragged him backwards as Lucas fired a dart into one of the lizards, but the creature only flinched before hissing in irritation, unfazed by the tranquilizer. It wasn't the first time their weapons had failed to stop one of these things. The team was dealing with something far more dangerous than any wild animal they'd encountered. This was a force of nature, accelerated beyond anything they'd anticipated. "Get to the perimeter," Avery called, his voice calm but urgent. He was already moving, scanning the trees, looking for anything that might help them escape. "We need higher ground, and we need to stick together. Don't let those things split us up." The rest of the team followed his lead, sprinting toward the narrow trail that led uphill. Behind them, the sounds of the jungle had shifted from the usual symphony of chirps and rustlings to something more sinister, low growls, heavy thuds of running creatures, the whistling of wind through rapidly moving branches. The jungle was alive in ways they'd never imagined, and it wasn't on their side. Dr. Gale struggled to keep up. He wasn't out of shape, far from it, but the chaos was wearing on him. His mind raced, trying to piece together what had gone wrong. The chronosnap had been a good idea, he told himself. It had been theoretically sound. He just hadn't calculated for the feedback loop. Evolution wasn't a force you could control, no matter how much time you gave it. They reached a small outcropping of rocks, where the dense underbrush started to thin out, offering a brief moment of relief. The team huddled together, panting, looking over their shoulders, half expecting a mutated creature to leap from the shadows. The sight of the jungle behind them, once a serene and peaceful place, now seemed like something out of a nightmare, unrecognizable and shifting. "Did you see that?" Maya whispered. "They're organizing. Those lizards, did you see how they move like a pack?" "Yeah," Lucas said, scanning the jungle. "They're learning. Or, no, it's more than that. They're adapting to us." Dr. Gale finally caught his breath, his heart still hammering in his chest. "We've got to stop this. If this keeps up, the whole ecosystem will collapse into chaos. The mutations will keep accelerating, and we won't have anywhere left to run. And if we don't stop it," Avery added grimly, "humanity won't have anywhere to hide." They all looked at Dr. Gale, as if waiting for him to come up with a solution. He swallowed hard, the weight of their gazes heavy. This was his mess, and they were looking to him to fix it. The chronosnap had been his invention, his responsibility. Dr. Gale began, but his voice faltered. The truth was, he didn't know what to do. He thought he could control time, control evolution. But now it was clear, nature could never be controlled. Before he could continue, a sudden rustling from the trees brought everyone to attention. The sound was familiar, too familiar. A dozen or so large, winged creatures broke through the canopy above them, their leathery wings flapping with an eerie precision. They were like oversized pterosaurs, their beaks long and sharp, their bodies sleek and streamlined. Their eyes, however, were the most terrifying part. Their pupils were slits, and their gaze seemed focused on the humans below. "Everyone, move!" Avery shouted, but it was too late. The creatures' sharp beaks aimed straight at them. The team scattered, but the creatures were too fast. Lucas barely ducked in time as one of the pterosaurs swooped past, its claws scraping the rock he'd been standing on. He shouted as he tripped, but Maya was there in an instant, pulling him up. The sound of the creature's screeches filled the air, sharp and guttural. Dr. Gale ducked behind a large boulder, trying to get a glimpse of the chronosnap. It was still flashing erratically, and a sinking feeling settled in his gut. The device was losing control over the time distortion it had created. It was no longer just manipulating the rainforest, it was distorting everything. We've got to shut it down. Maya yelled, I'm trying. Dr. Gale snapped, but his fingers fumbled on the device's controls. A high-pitched whine began to rise from the chronosnap, and Dr. Gale's heart sank even further. It's not responding. I think the mutations are interfering with the device. Before he could finish, a massive crash sounded from the jungle to the left. The trees shook violently as something enormous pushed its way through the underbrush. The team turned just in time to see a titanic creature, some hybrid of a rhino and an elephant, charging toward them. Its thick, armored hide glistened with sweat, and its tusks gleamed dangerously. Dr. Gale's brain raced. Everyone, get to the rocks, now. He didn't know if that would be enough to protect them, but it was the only cover they had. They made a run for it, but the massive beast was faster than it looked, its heavy footfalls shaking the ground beneath them. It roared, a deafening sound that seemed to shake the very air. Maya tripped over a root but quickly regained her footing. Behind them, the mutated rhino-elephant hybrid charged, its tusks aiming directly for Lucas. He barely dodged as the beast's horn scraped the rock next to him, splintering it like an eggshell. Dr. Gale didn't know if they could outrun it. The jungle was changing, and not for the better. As the team scrambled to climb the rocky outcropping, the ground beneath them trembled. The beast's tusks scraped against the rock face, sending jagged shards of stone crashing to the ground. The chronosnap buzzed louder, its display flashing in erratic patterns as the distortion continued to worsen. The animals weren't just evolving, they were adapting to everything in their environment. The creatures, it seemed, were now aware of the humans as threats, and they were learning how to hunt them. Stop it, Dr. Gale. Lucas shouted. Shut the damn thing down before we all end up on the dinner plate. I'm trying. Dr. Gale snapped back, his fingers pressing frantically at the buttons, but the device seemed to be locked in some kind of feedback loop. He had no idea how to break it. Each pulse of light from the chronosnap felt like the countdown to their doom. A strange sensation crawled up the back of his neck, and he turned to see a giant, predatory vine creeping toward him. It wasn't like the normal vines they'd seen earlier, it was bigger, thicker, and seemed almost sentient, following his every move. The thing was moving with a purpose, like it was hunting. It wrapped around Dr. Gale's leg in an instant, pulling him off his feet. He shouted in panic, his hands flying to his pocket for his knife. The vine, however, was fast. It tightened around him, dragging him toward the ground as the rest of the team screamed, "Hold on!" Maya shouted, grabbing him by the arms, but the vine was too strong, and then, just as quickly as it had attacked, it stopped. The vine loosened and recoiled, like a snake deciding whether or not to strike. It was as if the forest had decided to give them a brief reprieve, only long enough for something even worse to happen. Dr. Gale's breath came in ragged gasps as he staggered to his feet, eyes wild. He looked at the chronosnap, the device now flashing rapidly, its energy building to a point that felt like it was about to explode. "I think I've found the problem," he said, his voice strained. "This thing, it's not just accelerating evolution. It's speeding up time itself, turning it into a feedback loop. It's causing everything to evolve at a pace too fast for the environment to sustain. The jungle, everything, is being overridden. And how do we stop it?" Lucas asked, his voice tight. "We don't stop it," Dr. Gale said quietly, his mind racing. "We reset it." But resetting the chronosnap meant risking even worse consequences. Still, it was their only shot. The jungle was changing, and so was the world. If they didn't do something fast, the rapid evolution would reach the point where no one would be safe, not even in the highest trees. Doctor Gale took a deep breath, fingers shaking as he reached for the chronosnap one final time. This was his last chance. Dr. Gale's fingers hovered over the chronosnap, his heart racing. The device in his hands felt like it had a mind of its own now, the energy within it humming and thrumming like an untamed beast. He could feel the jungle around them, almost as if it were aware of the danger. The vines were restless, the creatures were growing more aggressive, and everything, the trees, the air, the ground itself, seemed to be shifting, evolving at an accelerated rate. "Come on," he muttered under his breath, trying to steady his shaking hands. Just one more adjustment, and we can fix this." Behind him, Maya, Lucas, and Avery were standing tense, watching the jungle with wary eyes, the distant growls of the mutated creatures still echoing through the trees. There was no more time to waste. Every second they spent lingering was a second closer to the complete breakdown of the ecosystem, and possibly their own survival. "You've got this, Gale," Lucas said, voice strained but trying to sound confident. "Just make it stop." Maya was crouched low, her eyes scanning the edges of the jungle where shadows flickered ominously. "Whatever you're gonna do, you better do it now, because those pterosaurs look like they're circling for round 2. Dr. Gale nodded, still staring at the chronosnap. He could feel the weight of their lives on his shoulders. His mind raced. He had always prided himself on his ability to solve problems, to think through the most complex scenarios, but this was unlike anything he had ever anticipated. Time manipulation was one thing, but this was something else entirely. It wasn't just about saving the ecosystem anymore. It was about stopping the floodgates of evolution that he'd accidentally opened. If he didn't reset this thing, nothing would stop the planet from being consumed by a living, breathing chaos of evolution that wasn't bound by the usual rules. With a final, shaky breath, Dr. Gale hit the reset button on the chronosnap. The device let out a high-pitched whine that reverberated through the clearing. For a moment, nothing happened. The jungle stood still, unnaturally quiet, like it was holding its breath. Then the ground shuddered. Maya whipped around. "What's happening?" "Shit," Lucas muttered. "Did you break it?" But Dr. Gale's eyes were locked on the screen of the chronosnap, his face pale. The device was showing a strange pattern now, flashes of light moving across the display in jagged, chaotic lines. The feedback loop wasn't just calming down, it was shifting, pulling energy in on itself. The reset had triggered something, a force that hadn't been accounted for. The more Dr. Gale looked at it, the more he realized that this wasn't just an overload. It was a paradox. The jungle around them ripped open in a blinding flash. The trees twisted, the air pulsed with a pressure that felt like a tidal wave building in their chests. For a moment, the ground seemed to collapse in on itself, like the whole forest was warping and folding. It wasn't just time that was being manipulated anymore, space itself was being distorted. Dr. Gale didn't know what was happening, only that it was bad. "Run!" Avery shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Get out of the blast zone." But it was already too late. The flash of light expanded outward with terrifying speed. The team barely had time to react as the world around them morphed. The rocks beneath their feet melted into a fluid, liquid-like substance, the air warping like a mirage. The jungle was no longer just a chaotic mess of mutated creatures and plants, it was shifting, distorting as if time and space had been compressed into a single point. Dr. Gale's heart pounded as his body was yanked forward by an unseen force. He grabbed at the nearest tree, but it dissolved into the air as though it was never there. "No!" Maya screamed, her hand reaching for him as the ground beneath her buckled, turning to slush. She was pulled away, vanishing into the flood of shifting matter. Lucas reached for her, but the world was bending too fast, and soon, he, too, was swept into the maelstrom, his form stretching and distorting as if caught in the pull of a black hole. Dr. Gale tried to scream their names, but no sound escaped his mouth. His body felt like it was being torn apart and reassembled. Everything, Everything around him was changing, and then, just as suddenly as it had begun, everything stopped. Dr. Gale collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, his head spinning. He opened his eyes, blinking rapidly, trying to focus. The jungle, the world around him, it was different. The trees were no longer towering green giants. Instead, they looked small, almost sickly, their leaves shriveled and pale. The air was thick, but it wasn't warm, it was cold, unnaturally so, like winter had settled in without warning. The ground beneath him was a dull gray, cracked and brittle, as if the very earth had aged a century in seconds, but what hit him hardest was the silence. The creatures, the jungle, everything, the usual buzz of life, was gone. There were no birds chirping, no animals scurrying through the underbrush. It was like he had stepped into an alternate reality where time had taken a wrong turn. "Where are they?" Dr. Gale muttered to himself, his breath coming in shallow gasps. His eyes darted around, searching for any sign of his team. But there was nothing. No Maya. No Lucas. No Avery. His pulse quickened. Had they been? No. He refused to believe it. They had to be somewhere. He forced himself to stand, shaking off the dizziness, his mind still reeling from what he had just witnessed. His heart pounded in his chest, and the gravity of the situation began to settle in. He had broken something fundamental. The chronosnap had opened a rift in time and space, and now it had created a world that was stuck, neither past, present, nor future. It was a world that had stopped, frozen in an irreversible state, and in the distance, moving slowly across the landscape, he saw them. Figures. Human figures. At first, he thought he was seeing things. But as they grew closer, he realized with a sickening feeling that they weren't just any figures. They were evolved. Mutated. The same lizards from earlier, now walking upright on two legs, their claws still sharp but now replaced with crude weapons. They were wearing ragged clothing, their eyes watching him with an eerie intelligence. No. This couldn't be happening, but it was. Dr. Gale took a step back, heart pounding in his chest. He was no longer in the jungle he had known, no longer in the time he had left behind. He was in a world where time had bent, where evolution had been warped beyond recognition, and he was utterly alone. The mutated figures were getting closer, and behind them, he could see more of them, humans, animals, plants, all evolving. And they weren't just looking at him. They were looking at him as if they knew who he was, as if he were the architect of their new existence. Dr. Gale. One of the mutated figures spoke, its voice thick, distorted. "You made this happen." And suddenly, Dr. Gale realized the horrifying truth: he hadn't just broken the system. He hadn't just accelerated evolution. He had created it. He had made a world where everything was now caught in the slipstream of his mistake. A world where the past, the present, and the future had collapsed into a single, suffocating now. The team, the rainforest, the chronosnap, they were all gone. And the mutated creatures, now ruling this warped reality, were the only thing left. And as they advanced, Dr. Gale could hear their voices, whispering in unison, in that strange, unsettling harmony, as they surrounded him: "Fix it, or we will." But Dr. Gale knew. There was no fixing it. Not now. Not anymore, and the world, for better or worse, would never be the same again. Lena Han stood in front of the mirror, looking closely at the face that stared back at her, as though it had suddenly become a stranger. Her hands were shaking slightly, but she couldn't bring herself to look away. How long had she been seeing this? These wrinkles, these lines that weren't there yesterday, the pale under her eyes where there had once been only smoothness. She reached up to touch the small patch of gray near her right temple. How? She'd been working non-stop, too much time spent tinkering with her time experiments in the lab. But this didn't make sense. Time, in all its infinite, complicated mystery, shouldn't be able to reach inside her so directly. Her work with time manipulation was cutting edge, revolutionary even. She should have been ahead of the curve, immune to the effects of natural aging, of time's unstoppable march. But now, staring at herself, Lena realized something: she was not immune to it. She was being consumed by it. No. No, no, no. Lena muttered, stepping back and rubbing her face with her hands as if she could wipe away the truth. It couldn't be happening. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. The door to her lab clicked open, and Lena's assistant, Jake, poked his head in, a hint of concern coloring his features. Jake was young, a little scruffy, and always just a bit too eager to make light of things. Today, though, there was no room for his usual sarcastic humor. "Lena?" Jake's voice was softer than usual, cautious. "You good?" Lena didn't answer at first. She was too busy checking the reflection again. She wasn't imagining it. Her hair, once thick and dark, was thinning, strands falling out with every touch. The skin around her eyes, which had always been firm, was now sagging. She blinked, and the change felt like a punch in the gut. She closed her eyes, trying to push back the panic, but it surged forward again, like an electric shock. Time was unraveling her. But how? Her heart raced, and she turned abruptly, walking towards the lab door. Jake followed her, unsure whether he should be concerned or just give her space. He was good at the latter. "Hey, Lena, hold on." Jake caught up with her, blocking her path with a frown. You're aging." The words stung more than she expected. It wasn't his fault. Jake was just saying what was clearly visible, but the accusation in his voice dug into her like a splinter of ice. She opened her mouth to argue, to explain, but the words wouldn't come. There was nothing to explain. She was aging. "I'm fine," Lena said, brushing past him. "It's just stress. Too many late nights. I'll fix it. Let me work." Jake stood in the hallway, watching her as she retreated into her lab. She was already turning the dials, flipping switches, pulling data from her time experiments. She could feel the rhythmic hum of time pulse around her. Time wasn't the problem. It was her. It had to be. She was the constant. She was the variable. Lena knew her research wasn't perfect. Time was an elusive thing, a shifting mass of possibilities and probabilities that refused to be contained. But she had always believed, with quiet arrogance, that her work would be the key to mastering it. The idea that she could escape the aging process, or even reverse it, had been a hypothesis. Nothing more. But now, here she was, face to face with the consequences of that very ambition. Her body was deteriorating, and nothing in her lab could stop it. She checked the monitors, nothing unusual. The equations, the quantum simulations, all of it was running as expected. But somewhere beneath the cold, impassive numbers, she felt it. A pull. A pressure. Time was staring back at her, and it wasn't happy. The machine she had been working on, the one that had promised to manipulate time, hummed softly in the corner. She hadn't tested it completely. There were still variables she hadn't accounted for, things no one had ever accounted for. Lena had always been careful, always methodical. But the deeper she dug, the more she discovered that the very nature of time was beyond anyone's control. She had been so focused on trying to break the constraints of time, to manipulate its flow, to pause it, to bend it, that she had never thought about the consequences of being directly tied to it. Time wasn't something to be manipulated. Time was something she was. The truth hit her like a wave. Her life was the anchor of time. Her existence, her breath, her heartbeat, every passing moment, kept time flowing. And as her body aged, as her cells broke down, time was losing its anchor. If she didn't find a way to stop it, if she didn't find a way to fix the rift she had caused, then everything would break. Time itself might cease to move. The realization was both terrifying and exhilarating. But in the face of it, Lena couldn't stop herself from shaking. she collapsed into her chair, rubbing her hands over her face again, trying to steady her breath. This couldn't be happening. Not like this. She had worked too hard, too long. Her research was supposed to give her power, not this, but even as her mind raced with panic, the sense of knowing grew within her. She had always been good at seeing patterns. Time was not something she could outrun. It was something she had to learn to live within. Jake knocked quietly before entering. His face was etched with concern, though he tried to mask it with his usual, irreverent charm. "All right, Lena," Jake said, taking a seat across from her. "You've been pushing yourself too hard. I get it. But this whole aging thing, man, it's not just stress. You look older. You feel it too, don't you?" Lena looked up at him, her eyes wide with something almost close to panic. "Jake. I don't think it's just stress. I think I've become part of the flow of time. My body, my life, it's what keeps time moving. And if I stop, if I can't figure this out, time itself might stop." Jake blinked, trying to process the gravity of her words. Wait. So, what? You're, like, a living stopwatch?" "Not exactly," Lena muttered, rubbing her eyes again. "More like, I'm the key that makes time continue. Without me, everything might freeze." Later that evening, after Jake had left and Lena was alone in the quiet of the lab, she began to review the data. The readings were clear, and yet, there was something almost too neat about it. Her life force, her existence, was intertwined with the fabric of time. Every breath, every second she lived, was a stitch in the vast web that connected past, present, and future. But the more she aged, the more frayed that thread became. Lena's thoughts raced back to her father's journals. He had worked on similar projects before he died, projects she had barely understood at the time. He had written about time being a living thing, something that could be shaped, molded, but only if one truly understood its essence. Maybe, just maybe, her father's death had been a consequence of breaking time itself. Her breath caught in her throat. If her father had understood the dangers and tried to warn her, why had she ignored him? Was this fate catching up with her? Had she done something to herself? She was running out of time. The need to fix everything swelled inside her like a fire. Lena knew she couldn't run from this. She had to find a way to repair her bond with time, to prevent everything from collapsing. And to do that, she had to face the truth. She was part of time, not apart from it. Lena stood in front of her lab's central console, her fingers hovering over the keyboard as she tried to focus on the task at hand. The flickering lights above her cast long shadows across the room. Her heart was racing, each beat a reminder that she was running out of time, literally. The same time she had once thought she could control, bend to her will, now seemed to be slipping through her fingers like sand. Her eyes tracked the flashing numbers on the display. Her physical deterioration was accelerating, more pronounced with each passing hour. Her breath quickened at the thought, but she pushed the panic down. Panic wouldn't help her now. Focus. It was the only thing that had ever worked. Lena had built her life on precision, on the belief that logic and reason could unravel the mysteries of the universe. Time was no exception. But now time was her enemy, a puzzle whose pieces had slipped out of her grasp. She keyed in the last command and hit enter. The machine hummed, the familiar vibration filling the air. Lena watched the monitor as a new set of data appeared. It was more of the same, nothing unexpected. Time wasn't supposed to be like this. It was supposed to follow rules. She was supposed to be able to manipulate it, control it, make it hers. But this, what she was facing, was beyond control. It was a force of nature. A force she was now inextricably tied to. Lena swiveled in her chair and looked at the series of equations she had been developing for weeks. They were complex, abstract, filled with variables that she couldn't even fully understand. The intricacies of time, the quantum entanglements, the paradoxes, it had all seemed so clear when she had first set out to manipulate it. Now, it felt like she was staring at a maze, with no way out. She rubbed her eyes, trying to keep the exhaustion at bay. Focus. This wasn't about bending time anymore, it was about surviving it. The key is understanding the bond. Her father had warned her, had hinted at something that she had never fully grasped. He had worked on similar research, projects that strayed into dangerous territory, research that, according to the journals he left behind, could connect a person's life force directly to the flow of time. She was living proof of it. Lena's hand trembled as she reached for her phone. She scrolled through the messages Jake had sent earlier, nothing urgent. He had tried calling a couple of times, his voice crackling through the speaker. But Lena hadn't picked up. She didn't have time to explain what was happening to her, not now. The clock was ticking, and she didn't even know if there was a way to fix what she'd broken. A sudden sharp pain shot through her chest, and Lena gasped, her body jerking forward. The coldness in her veins made her vision blur. Her heart was racing again, and for a brief moment, she thought she might collapse. She gripped the edge of the desk, trying to steady herself. Her mind raced, her thoughts tumbling over each other. It's too much. But it wasn't. It was time. She was time. Or at least, she had become an anchor for it. A living tether that kept the past, present, and future from tearing apart. And now, as she felt her body give way to the strain of holding it all together, she realized what she had to do. Lena stood up, her legs shaky, and walked toward the time manipulation machine, her eyes locked on the blinking lights. It had to be this machine. This was her only chance. She wasn't sure what it would do, or what it might cost her, but it was the only way to fix what she had done. Her hands hovered over the controls, still unsure, still frightened. But there was no other choice. She closed her eyes for a moment, her breath deep and slow. You've controlled time before. You've bent it to your will. This was no different, she reminded herself. This was simply another step, an experiment she had never anticipated. She couldn't fail now. Not when so much was at stake. Her fingers pressed the button. The machine hummed louder, a low, resonant sound that vibrated through her chest. The lights above flickered, the hum of the machine filling the space with a tangible pressure. Lena's heart raced, her body vibrating with the energy that surged through her. She could feel it now, the pull of time, like gravity itself pulling at her, demanding that she yield. The equations she had written, the formulas she had painstakingly developed, they were all coming together, connecting her to something far greater than she had ever anticipated. The air around her seemed to shimmer. She felt the weight of it all, her aging body, the years ticking away at an exponential rate, the vast ocean of time that stretched out before her. She was losing control. No. She wasn't losing control. She was becoming part of it. Lena gasped as she felt something shift inside her, like a switch flipping. Her eyes flew open, and the world around her seemed to warp. It wasn't just time she was manipulating now. She was inside time. Her heart raced as she realized she wasn't just observing it, or trying to control it. She was part of it, in every sense of the word. Her mind began to race, and the realization hit her like a hammer. This was it. This was what had been happening all along. She was the conduit. She was the anchor. Her life was the thread that wove time together. Without her, the delicate balance of the universe would unravel. Time itself was dying with her. The machine, the equations, it was all leading to this point. The pain in her chest intensified, and Lena staggered backward, clutching at her heart. Her breath came in ragged gasps. Was this the end? Was this how it would happen? Would time stop with her death? Would everything freeze, like a photograph taken at the wrong moment, suspended forever? Lena's vision blurred. Her body was crumbling. She could feel it, each second taking its toll. I have to fix this. Her father's journals flashed in her mind. He had understood, hadn't he? He had known that time was not just something to be controlled, but something to be respected. Her hands fumbled as she tried to stabilize the machine, to reverse whatever connection had formed between her and time. But the controls were unresponsive, the algorithms chaotic and unstable. She felt the world around her shift, as if it was slipping out of focus. No. And then, as if on instinct, Lena did something she hadn't planned on. She let go. She didn't try to fix it. She didn't try to control the flow of time or fight against the aging that consumed her. For the first time, she simply let it happen. Time had always been her adversary, her obsession, the thing she thought she could master. But in that moment, Lena understood. Time wasn't something to fight against. It was something to accept. She closed her eyes and exhaled, her body sinking into the rhythm of time, accepting it, feeling the flow of it within her. The pain in her chest ebbed, replaced by something else, something profound, peaceful. She felt herself dissolve into the flow of time, no longer separate from it, but part of it. She was not its master. She was its vessel. The machine powered down, its humming quieting, the lights flickering before going out completely. The room fell silent. Lena stood there for a moment, unsure if she was even still alive. Her body felt different, lighter, yet somehow more connected to the world around her. It was as if, by releasing her grip on time, she had become part of the very fabric of reality itself. A soft, steady breath escaped her lips. The clock on the wall ticked. Lena smiled. Time, at last, was not her enemy. Lena's eyes fluttered open. The air around her was thick, heavy, but it didn't feel oppressive anymore. It felt alive. She could sense it, the constant hum of the world moving forward, the subtle pulse of existence carrying on despite everything. She blinked and exhaled slowly, but the weight in her chest, the strange burden that had been growing heavier each day, was gone. The coldness, the ache, the fear, it was all gone. She stood slowly, carefully, as if the ground beneath her was something she needed to relearn. The lab was silent, save for the faint hum of the cooling systems, the ticking of a clock on the far wall. The lights had dimmed, flickering in a way that felt deliberate. But Lena didn't feel the need to fix them. She didn't need to manipulate anything anymore. For the first time in years, there was peace. Her gaze drifted to the central console, the now still time machine, its screens black. She approached it, her steps quiet, almost reverent. She reached out, her fingers hovering above the buttons, unsure whether she wanted to touch it at all. The machine had been her obsession, her salvation, her undoing. But now, standing here, she saw it for what it was, a tool. One she had misused, one she had tried to control, but ultimately, it was just a part of the world around her. Lena breathed deeply, feeling the air fill her lungs, and for the first time in months, she felt fully present. What now? She thought of Jake. His texts, his calls. The concern in his voice when he had checked on her, asking if she was okay. She hadn't wanted to involve him. She had wanted to figure it out on her own, to solve it alone. But now, as she stood there in the stillness of the lab, the question seemed absurd. Her fingers found their way to her phone. She didn't know what to say to him. What could she say? That she had been running away from time itself? That she had nearly broken everything in the process? She didn't even know if he would believe her. But she had to tell him something. It's over. We're okay now. She tapped out a message, her fingers steady despite everything that had happened. She was not, she realized, afraid anymore. Not of the machine, not of her body, and certainly not of time. The phone buzzed, interrupting her thoughts. It was a message from Jake. Lena, I'm coming over. She stared at the screen for a moment before typing back. I'm fine. I've figured it out. A pause. Then, the reply came. "You're scaring me." Lena smiled to herself, a brief, bittersweet curve of her lips. She had been scaring herself too. But now, as the reality of the situation settled over her, she couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. There was no grand revelation, no dramatic twist. Time had not bent to her will. It had simply been. And in the end, she had accepted it. The phone buzzed again. "Just tell me you're okay." Lena sat down at her desk, the weight of the machine still in the corner of her eye. She typed again, her fingers moving with a newfound calm. "I'm more than okay. I'm in sync." Jake's reply came quickly, almost too quickly. "In sync? What does that even mean?" Lena chuckled softly, shaking her head as she let the phone fall onto the desk. It didn't matter if he understood. He would. Eventually. Maybe not now, but when the time was right. When he could see that the world didn't need to be controlled. That time didn't need to be bent. It just needed to be understood. For a long moment, Lena sat there in the silence of the lab, feeling the quiet swell around her. She didn't know if the connection she had to time was permanent or temporary. It didn't matter. What mattered was that, for the first time in a long time, she felt no urgency, no need to fix anything. She didn't need to push time forward, to manipulate it, to stop it. Time would flow whether she tried to control it or not. She felt the faintest ache in her bones, the familiar twinge that reminded her of her own mortality. It wasn't gone. She was still aging. Her body was still deteriorating. But that was okay. She could accept it now. She could accept herself, and the time that flowed through her, as it always had. Lena sat there for a while longer, her gaze fixed on the machine in the corner. The machine that had once been her key to the universe, to the mastery of time itself. Now, it was just a machine. A tool. A tool she no longer needed. The door opened, and Jake stepped in, his face drawn with concern. He took in the stillness of the room and the calmness that surrounded her. It was a moment before either of them spoke. "You're okay?" Jake asked quietly, his eyes searching her face as if he were looking for some sign of her previous panic. Lena smiled, a genuine, unguarded smile that made the weight in her chest ease just a little more. "I'm more than okay, Jake." Jake frowned, still unsure. "What happened? What's going on with you?" Lena shook her head, the questions and doubt still swirling in the back of her mind, but they felt distant now. She had the answers, just not the ones he was asking. "I think I've finally figured out what's been happening. It's not just the machine, Jake. It's me. My body, my life, it's tied to time itself." Jake's eyes widened, but there was no judgment in them. Just curiosity, and maybe a little fear. "So, what does that mean for you?" Lena stood up, feeling a surge of clarity that had eluded her for so long. She glanced at the machine one last time before turning back to him. "It means I've accepted it, Jake. I don't need to control time anymore. I'm part of it. We all are. And that's enough." Jake looked at her for a long moment, processing her words, then finally nodded. "I think I understand. Sort of." Lena chuckled softly, but the sound was full of warmth. "You will. It's just something you have to feel." For the first time in what felt like forever, Lena felt the full weight of her own existence, not as a thing to be fixed, but as something precious, fragile, and real. She was part of something much larger than herself, something far more beautiful than she had ever imagined. Time was no longer an enemy. It was the rhythm of her heartbeat, the tick of the clock on the wall. It was her breath, her life, flowing forward into the unknown, and for the first time, she felt ready to let it all unfold. Lena Chong had always been someone who thought she could beat time. But lately, time seemed to be beating her. She sat on the edge of her bed, staring at the same pocket watch she had been staring at for the past few days. It wasn't much to look at, a vintage gold piece, a little tarnished, a little scratched, but it had the power to do what no other tool could, reverse time itself. The first time Lena had used it, she hadn't believed it. The pocket watch had appeared in her hands with no explanation, no instructions. She'd been at the scene of the accident when it happened, the car crash that tore her family apart. And somehow, as if the universe had decided to show mercy, the watch had appeared in her palm just seconds before her brother's car collided with the guardrail. She remembered what happened next as if it was another life, another person entirely. She had activated the watch and felt the world around her snap back like a rubber band, the air around her warping, bending, collapsing, until everything that had happened in the last few moments rewound. She was there again, right before the crash, only this time, she knew what to do. She ran to the intersection where the car would soon come into view, positioning herself to stop it, except she hadn't stopped it. No. She had made the wrong choice. She had changed the wrong thing. Now, each time she used the watch, she felt herself losing something. Little by little, a part of her faded away. Her memories didn't just blur, they vanished. They were slipping through her fingers, leaving behind empty spaces in her mind where once there had been vivid recollections. Lena didn't care, though. She was determined. This time, she would save Ben. This time, it would work. She clicked the watch again, feeling the sickening rush of time folding in on itself. The moment the familiar dizziness settled in her stomach, she blinked. She was standing on the same street corner again. The wind was just as cold. The evening sky was tinged with purple, and the headlights of the car approaching her were bright enough to burn her retinas, but something was wrong. She looked down at the watch in her hand, but it didn't feel right. Her fingers felt detached from the object. It didn't hum with energy like it used to, as though it, too, was tired of her meddling. Still, she ran. The car screeched toward the intersection, its tires skidding. This time, she was ready. She sprinted forward, arm extended to flag it down. The driver swerved, panic in his eyes, but he didn't stop in time. The collision was inevitable. The moment before impact, Lena threw herself forward, diving toward the car. She felt it, her body crashing against the metal, the sharp pain of the collision, but then everything went black. When Lena opened her eyes again, she was back in her apartment, sitting on the floor in the middle of a circle of photographs. The same ones she'd been looking at for weeks. A blurry picture of her brother Ben, smiling. A shot of the old family house, before everything fell apart. And, of course, the accident, those jagged lines, that twisted wreckage of metal and glass. Lena shook her head, trying to clear the fog in her brain. Something felt wrong, but she couldn't remember what. She stood up shakily and stumbled toward the window, staring out at the city below. For a moment, she simply breathed, trying to hold on to something, anything that would give her the answer she needed, but it was gone. The memory of the accident, the reason she kept coming back to that moment, it was slipping away from her, leaving her grasping at nothing. "What am I doing?" she whispered to herself. The words felt strange, as if they didn't belong to her. The watch, now cold in her hand, didn't answer. The next few days passed in a blur. Lena barely left her apartment, too absorbed in her attempts to make sense of the time loops. She could remember flashes, Ben's face, the sound of tires screeching, the way the car had spun out of control, but those memories were growing fainter, like a song you've heard too many times and can't quite recall. Her best friend, Maya, came by once, bringing takeout and offering her the usual comforting words. But Lena felt distant, as if Maya was speaking to someone else, someone she barely knew. "You've got to stop doing this, Lena," Maya had said, her voice full of concern. "You can't keep going back. It's messing with your head. You've been trying for weeks now. What if you're making things worse? What if you're not meant to change the past?" Lena had wanted to argue, to tell her that she had to try, that Ben couldn't be gone, that she wasn't going to let the accident be the end. But when she opened her mouth, the words wouldn't come. She felt a deep, aching void inside, a part of herself missing, and she couldn't remember why she cared so much. "What if I'm not supposed to fix it?" she asked, her voice sounding hollow even to herself. "What if this is just something I have to let go?" Maya gave her a long look, as if she could see right through the fragile shell of the woman Lena had become. But Maya said nothing. She just hugged Lena tight, and in that moment, Lena felt something faint and distant, something that felt like her own self, buried under layers of uncertainty. It was later that night when Lena decided to try again. The watch was now a familiar weight in her palm, and though she could feel her mind growing more fragmented with every use, she couldn't stop herself. The accident had to be undone. She had to save Ben. She closed her eyes and activated the watch. The world rushed at her, spinning, flipping, folding. She felt it, her body jerking through time, but this time it wasn't like before. This time, it wasn't just the physical dizziness. This time, the mental chaos was far worse. Her mind felt like a balloon being deflated, her thoughts popping and vanishing as soon as she reached for them. When the world steadied again, she was standing at the same intersection. The familiar headlights loomed large. But something had changed. Ben wasn't in the car. Lena froze, her heart pounding. She stared at the car, her mind racing. What was happening? Where was he? Panic clawed at her. She glanced around, looking for any sign of her brother. But there was nothing. Only the headlights, growing brighter, too bright. Her fingers trembled as she reached for the watch again, desperate to rewind, to fix the mistake, but her mind went blank. Lena stood frozen in the middle of the street, her heart pounding. The car was speeding toward her, the headlights blinding, but there was no Ben in the passenger seat. No moment of reckless fate, no crash, no twisted wreckage. Just the car, coming toward her, like everything was normal. Like nothing had ever gone wrong. She staggered back a step, confused. Panic surged, but her mind was blank, empty. She couldn't think, couldn't remember why she was there. She tried to call out, tried to will herself to stop the car, but her throat tightened, her voice lost somewhere between the chaos of her mind and the disorienting vertigo that always accompanied her rewinds. The car screeched to a halt right in front of her. The driver, a man she'd never seen before, rolled down his window, a strange look on his face. "You all right?" he asked, his voice distant, unperturbed by the sight of her standing in the middle of the road like a lunatic. Lena swallowed hard, her tongue feeling thick, sluggish. She couldn't remember what she was going to say. Her hand trembled as she reached up to touch her forehead, as if trying to steady the thoughts that were slipping through her fingers. Nothing made sense. The man leaned out of the window. "Hey, you sure you're good?" Lena nodded, though she didn't feel good at all. She wasn't sure of anything. The familiar sting of panic curled in her stomach as she backed away from the car. The accident had been here, hadn't it? She had seen it, she had lived it, over and over, so why was it gone? The man waited for her to move out of the street. He wasn't going to get out of the car, and Lena didn't know if she should want him to. So, she just nodded again, forcing herself to breathe, to move. She stepped aside as the car sped off, leaving her standing in the empty intersection. For a long moment, she just stared at the spot where it all should have happened. The place where the crash was supposed to change everything. It was gone. Vanished, her mind screamed, trying to piece it together. It felt like watching a memory through a fogged-up mirror. Every time she wiped it away, the image seemed a little more distant. A little more distorted. She pulled out the pocket watch, as if the action would help ground her. The weight of it in her hand should have been familiar by now, but instead, it felt foreign, heavy in an almost oppressive way. She clicked it open, staring at the smooth, polished face. She should have tried to go back, tried to fix the mistake, but when she attempted to focus, her thoughts just scattered. She couldn't even remember why she was holding it. What was she trying to fix? Her brother's face, the twisted metal, the screaming sirens, they were still there, hovering in the periphery of her memory. But they didn't have the same urgency. They didn't pull her the way they used to. Her fingers trembled as she snapped the watch shut, the cold metal slipping through her grip. She couldn't keep doing this. She couldn't keep chasing the past when the past was slipping away. Lena turned, walking quickly away from the street, but every step felt like an attempt to outrun the void inside her head. She needed to find something that would make sense of this, something that would pull her back to who she was before all this began. She found herself at her apartment door before she even realized she'd walked the entire way. It seemed like no time had passed. Her mind was so lost in the fog, in the jumble of thoughts and memories, that she hadn't even noticed the world around her. Inside, everything felt different. Familiar, but not. The place had always been cluttered: old books, half-eaten takeout containers, and scattered papers from her freelance history work, but today, it felt alien. The walls were too close. The air too thick. It was as though the very space around her was shifting, adjusting to her fractured state. She set the watch on the kitchen counter, staring at it like it was some kind of enemy. A thing that had once been a tool, now an anchor dragging her down into a sea of forgetfulness. She should have been grateful for the chance to undo her mistakes, but all she felt now was dread. She had no idea where she was headed anymore. Who she was anymore. Lena sank into the couch, running her hands over her face. She tried to focus, to find something, anything, that would bring her back, but the harder she tried, the less she understood. Why was she trying to save Ben? Who even was she without the memory of him? Her thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. It wasn't Maya. She'd been by already. And it wasn't David, not that Lena had heard from him in weeks. The knock was urgent, sharp, like it had been meant to pierce the bubble of numbness she'd been drifting in. Lena opened the door to find an unfamiliar woman standing on the other side. She was tall, with sharp features and dark eyes that seemed to see right through her. There was something about the way she stood, an aura of authority, of something powerful, something Lena couldn't place. "I'm sorry to bother you," the woman said, though it didn't sound like an apology. Her tone was direct, almost too sharp. "But we need to talk." Lena blinked, confused. I know you're going through something," the woman interrupted, stepping inside without waiting for an invitation. "But we need to talk about the watch." Lena's hand instinctively went to the pocket watch on the counter. "What do you know about it?" The woman smiled, but it wasn't a friendly smile. It was something darker, more knowing. "More than you'd think. More than you realize." Lena stepped back, instinctively putting distance between herself and the stranger. Something about her felt wrong. She'd never seen this woman before in her life, but something about the way she talked, the way she looked at Lena, it was as if they shared a secret. Or, rather, as if the woman knew something Lena had forgotten. "Who are you?" Lena demanded, her voice barely above a whisper. The words felt foreign on her tongue, like she was trying to speak a language she hadn't used in years. The woman sighed, shaking her head like Lena was a child. "Doesn't matter. What matters is that you've been playing with things you don't understand. You've been erasing yourself with every trip back." Lena stiffened, her pulse quickening. "I'm not erasing myself. You are." The woman's voice was calm, but there was something chilling in the way she said it. "You're already losing yourself. Every time you go back, a piece of you disappears." Lena's mind reeled, the pieces of her fractured memories refusing to fit together. "No," she said, shaking her head. That's not what's happening. I'm trying to save Ben. I need to save him." The woman stepped forward, her eyes narrowing. "Do you even remember why? Do you even remember who Ben is?" Lena froze, her chest tightening. She should have known. Ben, her brother, her flesh and blood, the one she had to save. But the harder she tried to hold on to his face, the more it slipped away. There was something wrong. There was something so wrong, she could barely remember what Ben's voice sounded like. His laughter, his smile, it was like they were fading into the distance, like they belonged to someone else's life, someone else's memories. Ben, Lena whispered, but the name felt hollow. The woman watched her carefully, as if waiting for Lena to understand something she couldn't quite grasp. You can't save him. You weren't meant to. And the more you try, the more you lose yourself. Lena stepped back, her heart racing. No. I have to, you can't. The woman's voice was firm, final. You'll forget why you're even doing this. You'll forget him entirely. You'll forget who you are. And when you do, when there's nothing left of you to erase, that's when it all ends. And it will be too late. Lena stared at her, numb, the world spinning. She could feel the edges of her own mind starting to slip away, pieces of herself scattering like sand in the wind. She reached for the watch again, desperate, but it felt distant now, like a relic from another life. She wanted to fight. She wanted to scream that she could still save him, that she wasn't going to lose herself, but the truth was, she couldn't remember why it mattered anymore. The fight was slipping away. Her purpose was slipping away, and in the end, she wasn't sure there was anything left to fight for. Lena stood motionless, the weight of the woman's words pressing down on her like a physical force. You'll forget why you're even doing this, the woman had said, and now that Lena was staring into the abyss of her own mind, she realized just how true that statement was. Her thoughts felt like water slipping through her fingers. She could still remember something about her brother, Ben, something vital, something that felt like it should burn inside her. But the harder she tried to hold on to it, the more it vanished. Her heart raced, panic rising in her chest, and yet, as the seconds ticked by, it began to feel less urgent. The desperation was ebbing away, just like the memories themselves. Who are you? Lena asked again, her voice shaky, less certain than before. She didn't even recognize the sound of it. It was like she was speaking from someone else's mouth. The woman didn't answer right away. She just looked at Lena, her expression unreadable, almost as if she were waiting for Lena to realize something on her own. Then she took a step forward, her gaze steady. You don't need to know who I am, the woman said, her voice low and calm. What matters is what you've become. And what you're about to become. You're already losing yourself, Lena. Every trip back takes more from you than you realize. You've been undoing everything. Rewriting the story you're in, but every time you do, it becomes less yours. Lena's head was spinning. Her vision blurred as she blinked rapidly, trying to focus on the woman's face, trying to remember something, anything, about what she had done, what she was doing here. She hadn't felt this lost in years, and even when she tried to hold on to the certainty of her mission, the need to save Ben, the reasons were slipping further away. I don't understand, Lena whispered. I don't understand any of this. The woman didn't speak for a moment. Her eyes flickered to the pocket watch, still lying on the kitchen counter, cold and lifeless, as though it too had lost its power. Then the woman sighed, a deep, almost regretful sound. You were never meant to fix this, Lena, she said, her tone almost pitying. You weren't supposed to save him. But you didn't listen. You kept going back, thinking you could change the past. Now, look at you. Lena turned her eyes to the watch. Her hands twitched at her sides, her body reacting to it as though it were a part of her. A part that had been worn down with each use, like a tool that no longer performed its function. It should have felt like an anchor, a lifeline, but it didn't. Instead, it felt like something else, something hollow. I don't know why I don't remember, Lena said quietly. Her voice seemed to echo, empty in the small apartment. She didn't remember why she had come back so many times. She didn't remember the urgency, the need to save Ben. It had all become a blur, a fog of indistinct shapes and fading images. The woman stepped closer, her voice cutting through the fog. You've been here before, you know. You've tried to stop the accident. You've tried and tried again. But every time, you forget more. Until there's nothing left of you to remember. Lena's knees felt weak. She sank onto the couch, her eyes glued to the watch. The woman's words echoed in her mind, louder than the voices in her head, louder than the sound of her heartbeat. You don't know who I am, Lena whispered, almost as if the realization was hitting her all at once. She was afraid to even finish the thought. But I know you. I've seen you before. Haven't I? The woman's face softened, just a fraction. Yes, she said, the word heavy. You've seen me. You were me. Lena looked up at the woman in disbelief. What do you mean? The woman's eyes flickered with something close to sorrow, and she took another step forward, closing the distance between them. Every time you go back, you change. You become someone else. The more you try to fix what's broken, the more you forget who you were before. Who you really were. Lena felt a cold wave of dread wash over her. The pieces were starting to fit together, but they didn't make any sense. No, she said, shaking her head violently. I'm not. I'm not you. I'm me. I'm Lena. The woman's lips quirked slightly, her expression unreadable. You think you are. But you're not. Not anymore. The words hit Lena like a slap. It felt like a door had been slammed in her face, and something inside her mind, the part that had always been sharp, always been her, snapped open. She tried to stand, but her legs wobbled beneath her, and she collapsed back onto the couch. I don't want to forget, Lena whispered. I don't want to forget anything. I don't want to forget him. Her voice broke on the last word, but it wasn't just Ben she was talking about. It was everything. It was herself. It was the whole damn thing. She didn't want to lose any more pieces of herself. The woman didn't answer immediately. Instead, she let the silence stretch between them, heavy and suffocating, like the moment before a storm. Finally, she spoke again, her voice calm but with a hint of something that felt like regret. You don't get to choose, Lena. You never did. The past is gone. You can't change it. All you can do is move forward. But the longer you fight it, the more you'll lose. Lena couldn't breathe. The weight of the woman's words pressed in on her chest, suffocating her. She reached out for the pocket watch again, desperately, but this time it didn't feel like a lifeline. It felt like a weight. A thing she had no business carrying anymore. What happens now? Lena asked, her voice small, the woman's expression softened further, the faintest trace of empathy in her eyes. Now you let go. The word struck her, ringing through her mind like the toll of a bell. Let go, Lena repeated, as though testing the phrase. It didn't make sense. Let go of Ben. Let go of the past. Let go of herself, but the more she tried to hold on, the more it hurt. It felt like trying to clutch onto the wind, like the harder she grasped, the faster it slipped away. She wanted to keep fighting, to keep remembering, but something inside her shifted. Her thoughts began to quiet, and the frantic tug-of-war in her mind started to still. For the first time since this all began, Lena stopped fighting, her hand, still holding the watch, fell limply to her side, and when she closed her eyes, she finally let herself breathe. Sophie Wu's apartment could be described as chaotic, though that would imply there was a certain lack of purpose to the mess. The truth was, the disarray in her life was meticulously curated, a sort of ordered chaos that mirrored the wildness of her mind. Books on plant genetics and quantum physics piled high, interspersed with scattered takeout containers, empty coffee cups, and an occasional forgotten cat toy. A hum of fluorescent lights buzzed in the corner, barely keeping the darkened room from becoming a cave of experiments gone awry. She stood at the counter, squinting at a small tray of soil and a tiny sprig of green emerging from the dirt. It was barely more than a seedling, but to Sophie, it was the culmination of years of work. "You're different," she murmured to it, not expecting an answer. Her fingers, stained with dirt from hours of digging and planting, gently traced the edges of the seedling's leaves. It had appeared out of nowhere, one of those rare, improbable occurrences that anyone else would dismiss as coincidence, but Sophie knew better. She was used to the unexpected. She was used to things being just a little off. And this plant? This plant was different. The room flickered briefly, as if the very fabric of reality was twitching, but Sophie barely noticed. She was too absorbed in the delicate roots of the plant, which seemed to shift unnaturally in the soil. She'd first discovered its existence a week ago in a forgotten corner of her lab, where she conducted her most reckless experiments on time. Time, or rather, the manipulation of it, had been her obsession for as long as she could remember. It had started innocently enough, with a few calculations. A passing thought that maybe time could be bent the way light was, made to bend, twist, and stretch. But that thought had blossomed into something more, something dangerous. Sophie had developed a crude ability to manipulate small patches of time, creating bubbles where days could pass in minutes, or hours could stretch into eternity. She had tested the limits on plants, on objects, on herself. Some experiments had failed, others had gone awry, but none had prepared her for what this plant was about to offer. A chill ran through her as the plant's leaves flickered, growing a little more vibrant, almost unnaturally so. It wasn't just growing faster, it was growing without any of the typical wear and tear. Sophie had been trying to speed up plant growth for years, using her temporal abilities to accelerate the process. But this was something entirely different. This plant was existing outside of time in a way that felt almost supernatural. Sophie took a step back, her eyes narrowing with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Was this the breakthrough she'd been waiting for? Or had she just stumbled upon something far more dangerous than she could comprehend? She didn't know yet, but she was about to find out. The plant was a small thing, no bigger than a wildflower you might find in an untended field. But it had an otherworldly quality to it. Its petals were an iridescent violet, shimmering with a glow that didn't seem quite natural. Sophie had never seen anything like it. The way the flower opened, the way it unfolded, seemed to disregard the normal rules of biology. She had seen plants bloom quickly before, sped up by the manipulation of time, but this was different. This felt wrong. Or maybe, in some twisted way, it felt right. She felt the strange pull of its beauty, the promise of something extraordinary. If this plant could grow like this, if it could exist in a bubble of slowed time, what could that mean for the human body? For aging? Sophie had always wondered if time could be tamed, if there was a way to slow the inevitable progression of decay. Maybe this flower was the answer. The thoughts ran through her mind in a haze of scientific fervor, but there was also a whisper of doubt, a small voice that told her to stop, to leave well enough alone. That voice had been growing quieter as her experiments progressed, but it was still there. Somewhere, buried beneath her obsession, but Sophie didn't listen to that voice. She couldn't. Not with the plant right in front of her, glowing with potential. She leaned over it, closing her eyes for a moment, and then let out a long breath. Her fingers hovered above the flower, and in a rush, she let her power flow into it. The air around the plant shifted. Time in the immediate vicinity distorted, as it always did when Sophie manipulated it. Time sped up in one corner of the room, slowed in another, and the flower bloomed in the span of mere seconds. Its petals unfurled, glowing brighter with each passing moment, and Sophie's heart skipped a beat. She watched, transfixed, as the flower began to pulse, like it was breathing, as though it were alive in a way that no other plant had ever been, and then, just as quickly as it had begun, the distortion stopped. The flower's glow faded. But Sophie wasn't done yet. She leaned in, carefully examining the plant's newfound vibrancy. It looked untouched, unspoiled by time. No wilting, no decay. But when Sophie touched the stem, a shiver ran through her. The plant was too perfect. Too alive. Her mind raced. She had read about plants that reacted to changes in time, plants that could survive in time-distorted environments. But nothing had ever been this tangible. This real. The possibilities were endless, and Sophie knew, deep down, that she was on the verge of something big. Something that could change everything. But then, as if on cue, the plant began to twitch, just slightly. It wasn't the movement of a healthy organism, not the natural reaction of growth. It was as if the flower was aware of its surroundings. Aware of Sophie. Sophie pulled her hand back. The flower froze. She stepped back, her breath quickening. "What are you?" she whispered. In that moment, Sophie had no idea what she was dealing with. She had created a small pocket of time, a bubble, to make this plant grow faster. But what she didn't realize was that the plant wasn't just affected by time. It was manipulating it. It was feeding on the very thing Sophie had spent years trying to control. Sophie felt her heart racing, not out of fear, but excitement. This was a discovery. A real discovery. She had found something the world hadn't seen before. She could feel it in her bones. This flower could do more than just grow. It could do something far greater. Something that might change the way people lived. But with that excitement, came an overwhelming sense of dread. She couldn't deny it anymore. Sophie had touched something that wasn't meant to be touched. Something that might, one day, come with a cost. The next day, Sophie returned to her lab with a new sense of purpose. She was no longer simply testing a hypothesis. She was on the verge of something monumental. The air in the room was thick with anticipation as she set up her next experiment. She wasn't just going to study the plant. She was going to see how far it could go, how much she could push its influence. Sophie had learned how to create small time distortions before, but this was different. The flower had shown her what was possible, but she had no idea what else it could do. She placed the flower on a separate table in the lab, surrounded by other plants she had been experimenting with. These plants were also part of her research into time manipulation, but none of them had shown anything close to the power the eternal bloom seemed to wield. Sophie paused for a moment, watching the flower. It was still. Silent. Almost, waiting. "What do you want from me?" she whispered to the plant, but the flower didn't answer. Of course, it didn't. Flowers don't answer. They don't think. They don't plot. But this one was different. This one was alive in ways she didn't understand. Sophie took a deep breath and raised her hand again. The air shifted, the world around her bending once more as she focused her abilities. The bubble of time began to form again, wrapping itself around the flower. Time stretched, distorted, slowed, and the flower grew. It grew like nothing Sophie had ever seen, and with each moment that passed, she felt herself growing closer to something she couldn't control. Something that would change her life forever. The flower continued to pulse in rhythm with the distortions in time. Sophie held her breath, watching it grow, its petals expanding in a burst of color that shouldn't have been possible. It wasn't natural, it was too perfect, too deliberate. She felt her fingers tremble as they hovered above the flower, as if her touch could trigger something irreversible. She couldn't tear her eyes away from it, and for a moment, time felt suspended around her. The sound of her own heartbeat was louder than anything else in the room, a soft, staccato rhythm that seemed to echo in the thick air. Every second stretched longer, the outside world growing distant as she immersed herself in the flow of energy surrounding the plant, and then, without warning, the flower began to flicker, as if time itself was short-circuiting. The glow dimmed and brightened in random flashes, its petals fluttering in rapid succession, as though it were trying to decide whether to bloom or wilt. Sophie stepped back, her heart skipping a beat. Her hand had been so close, so dangerously close to triggering something beyond her control. Her head spun as the time anomaly intensified. The room seemed to bend and twist, pulling her into its core. She could feel the edges of reality slipping away, the outside world becoming distorted, like a blurry memory she couldn't quite recall. She fought to stay grounded, her mind racing as the flower pulsed faster, now blooming in a burst of electric light that seemed to warp the very air around it. What had she done? Sophie had crossed a line she couldn't come back from. This wasn't simply an experiment anymore, this was something alive, something that had grown beyond the simple rules she had set in place. The flower, it was no longer just a part of her research. It had become a force unto itself, and she had no idea how much control she still had. The hum in the air grew louder, filling her ears. The distortion was beginning to affect her surroundings. The plants in the room began to grow in unnatural ways, spiraling upward, their leaves flickering as if their lives were being fast-forwarded. In a corner, the cat curled up in its bed seemed to age in front of her eyes. The fur along its back began to gray, and its once bright eyes dulled. Sophie reached out in alarm, but the time distortion was too powerful. She could feel the pull of the flower's influence spreading further into the room, into the very fabric of reality. Her pulse quickened. No. No, this isn't supposed to happen. She needed to stop it. She needed to figure out how to reverse the effects before it was too late. But how? The flower was alive now, pulsing with its own energy, and every attempt to push the boundaries of time only seemed to make the situation worse. Sophie stumbled backward, a hand gripping the counter for support. She had been so caught up in the possibility of eternal youth, of slowing time to stave off the inevitable decay of her own body, that she hadn't thought through the consequences. She hadn't considered the dangers of playing with something that wasn't meant to be controlled. The flower's glow was almost blinding now, and Sophie could feel herself being pulled in. Her vision blurred, the edges of reality warping and twisting with each second. She staggered to the table and grabbed the nearest object, a metal wrench that had been left out from an earlier experiment, and slammed it down on the ground in a desperate attempt to break the focus of the time anomaly. But the wrench seemed to melt into the air, as if time itself was being sucked in. The distortion was too much for anything around her to hold onto. Her mind reeled. She couldn't think clearly. The sensation of time speeding up, then slowing, then speeding up again was too overwhelming. She was caught in the middle of it, unable to escape its grasp. Sophie could feel the passage of time warping her thoughts. She could feel the years slipping away, and yet, in the same instant, she could feel them piling on, pressing down on her. Her heart raced as she gasped for breath, disoriented and dizzy. Then, for just a split second, everything stopped. The distortion snapped to a halt. The flower, no longer glowing, stood still. Sophie blinked, trying to make sense of the stillness. She couldn't hear anything. No hum, no distortion. Just silence. She looked down at her hands, at the palms that felt older than they should, her skin taut and wrinkled. Her heart stilled in her chest as the weight of what had just happened pressed down on her. The flower, it hadn't just distorted time around it, it had done something to her. Sophie could feel the years creeping through her, seeping into her bones. The plant had affected her. She could already feel the change, the effect of its power spreading through her body. Her breath caught in her throat as her reflection in the dark window across the room caught her attention. The face staring back at her wasn't her own. It was the face of someone older. Someone who had aged rapidly, who had lived for far too long. Her skin was wrinkled, and her hair, once dark and untamed, was streaked with silver. Her body was fighting against the flow of time. The plant's power had reached beyond the experiment. It wasn't just her surroundings that had been altered, it was her, too. Sophie stumbled toward the mirror, her hands shaking as she placed them on the cool glass. She could feel herself slowing down, her thoughts growing fuzzy, her energy drained. The plant's influence had broken through her own temporal defenses, and now she could feel the weight of decades pressing down on her. A voice in the back of her mind whispered a question she hadn't dared to ask. Was the plant delaying her aging, or was it speeding it up? Was it allowing her to live longer, or was it making her live longer than she was supposed to? Was it making time her enemy, rather than her ally? Panic gripped her chest, and she stumbled backward, eyes still glued to the reflection. It was as if the plant had reached into her very soul, and now she could see the toll it had taken on her, years that had not passed, but had been crammed into a fraction of a moment. She had to stop it. She had to destroy the plant before it took everything from her. But how? Sophie turned back to the flower, which now seemed strangely inert, no longer pulsing with that strange, unnatural energy. It looked like any other flower, delicate and beautiful in the soft, muted light of the room. But she knew better. She had seen what it was capable of. She had seen its power. And she knew that if she didn't destroy it, if she didn't find a way to reverse the damage, it would continue to warp the world around her. She reached out, her fingers trembling, and touched the stem. The sensation was immediate. A jolt of energy coursed through her body, sending a wave of dizziness through her mind. She gasped, feeling the years pressing against her skin, rushing through her veins. She had been so focused on the flower's potential that she hadn't realized how dangerous it could be. With a cry of frustration, Sophie pulled away from the plant, staggering backward. Her mind raced, but her body was growing weaker. Time itself was slipping away from her grasp. The flower was too powerful. She couldn't control it. She couldn't stop it. "Help me," she whispered, though she knew there was no one who could. The flower had already taken too much. And she had let it. The room seemed to close in on her, the walls growing smaller, tighter. She could feel herself becoming disconnected from everything she knew. The world outside, the people she loved, the work she had dedicated her life to, it all seemed so distant now. She couldn't focus. She couldn't think, and yet, in that haze of confusion, one thing became painfully clear: the eternal bloom was more than just a plant. It was a force of nature, a force that could not be contained. Sophie had brought it into her life, and now she would have to live with the consequences. Time was not just something to be controlled. It was something to be feared. Sophie's breath was shallow as she stumbled away from the flower, her vision flickering between clarity and fog. The walls of her apartment, which had once been a sanctuary of scientific obsession, now felt like the confines of a tomb, each corner closing in on her. She could feel time slipping through her fingers, the same way sand trickled away from an hourglass, always moving, always unstoppable. But here, in this room, time wasn't behaving the way it was supposed to. It was a distorted, malleable thing, something she could touch, mold, and stretch. Or at least, she thought she could, but now she wasn't sure. Her body felt wrong. It was as if every cell was screaming in protest, as if she were being pulled in two directions at once. On one hand, she felt younger, her skin smoother, her energy surging like a second wind. But on the other, her mind was disintegrating, fraying like the edges of a document left too long in the sun. Each thought felt like it was swimming through a dense fog. She tried to focus, but all she could hear was the faint hum of the distorted air around her. It wasn't just the plants that were warped by the flower anymore. It was her, too. The reflection in the mirror had shown her the truth. She had aged. Years, perhaps. But in the same breath, she felt that unfamiliar surge of youth, an unnatural kind of vitality coursing through her veins. It was like being caught between two versions of herself, the version that had lived a lifetime of ordinary days, and the version that was suddenly forever suspended between moments, neither here nor there. Her hands trembled as she reached for her phone, the glow of the screen cutting through the dimness of the room. She fumbled, nearly dropping it before she managed to bring up Dr. Harold Tate's number. The old mentor she had grown close to over the years, the one who had always warned her about the dangers of tampering with time. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times. "Come on, Harold," she muttered under her breath. She could feel herself starting to spiral. If anyone could understand what was happening to her, it was him. He'd studied time dilation, temporal anomalies, and paradoxes for years. He was the one who had first introduced her to the idea of manipulating time, and now, it seemed, it was his warning she should have heeded all along. On the 4th ring, the phone clicked. "Sophie? Is this a joke? You're supposed to be at the university by now. You have a meeting in." Dr. Tate's voice crackled through the speaker, and Sophie could hear the annoyance in his tone. But it was quickly replaced by something else, a faint hesitation. "Harold," Sophie rasped, her voice shaking. "I've done something. Something I can't control. I need your help." There was a pause on the other end, followed by the sound of a chair scraping across a wooden floor. Then, the voice of Dr. Tate, calm but laced with concern, cut through the silence. "What's happened? What have you done, Sophie?" She closed her eyes, her mind reeling, but she forced herself to speak. "I found a plant. It changes time. It grows faster. Slows things down. And I used it. On myself." She felt a bitter laugh catch in her throat. "I thought I could fix everything, you know. The aging, the time slipping away. But now, I can't tell what's real anymore. It's like I'm caught in between. Sometimes, I feel younger than I've ever been. Other times, it's like I'm watching myself get older, faster than I can handle." Dr. Tate's voice softened, though the seriousness behind it remained unchanged. "Sophie, you've done something dangerous. You know how time is. You can't just twist it and expect no consequences." Sophie's grip on the phone tightened. "I didn't know it could be like this. I thought I was controlling it, but I can't. I've already started to change. I need to stop it. But I can't get rid of it. I don't know how." "Listen to me," Dr. Tate said, his voice a little more firm now. "If you've managed to tap into something this potent, you need to shut it down. Don't touch it again. Don't feed it your power. Time is unforgiving, Sophie. Once you start messing with it, there's no going back. It will break you. All of you." Sophie swallowed hard, her throat constricting. "I can't just shut it off. I don't know how." "You have to, Sophie. Now." His voice, sharp and urgent, sent a chill down her spine. He was right. She had let her obsession take hold of her. In her pursuit of eternal youth, she had unwittingly let the flower warp the very essence of time, and now, the consequences were suffocating her. She didn't know how to reverse it, but she knew she had to act. Sophie hung up the phone before Dr. Tate could say more. She wasn't sure what she was doing anymore, or if she could fix it. But she couldn't stay here, paralyzed by indecision. She had to try. The flower sat in the center of the room, still and quiet now, like a fragile relic of a forgotten time. Sophie could feel the weight of its power pressing down on her, like a constant pull, a gravitational force that she couldn't escape. She wasn't sure how much longer she could hold on before it consumed her completely. Sophie moved toward it, her steps slow, deliberate, as if each one carried the weight of 1,000 regrets. She needed to destroy it. The flower's influence had spread beyond the walls of her lab. She could feel it in her bones, in her mind. The edges of reality were fading. Time was a shattered thing, slipping through her fingers no matter how tightly she tried to hold it. Her fingers hovered over the flower's delicate petals, which still seemed to pulse with some kind of life. The moment she touched it, she felt the familiar jolt of power surge through her, only this time, it didn't feel like control. It felt like a warning, an electrical shock that stung, a harsh reminder that she wasn't in charge here. Her pulse quickened as the room around her flickered. She could see flashes of herself in different moments, in different ages. The time distortion was expanding again. It was too late. It had already begun to unweave her reality. Sophie's breath caught in her throat as she realized what she had to do. With a cry, she grabbed the nearest object she could find, a large metal wrench that had once been used in an old, forgotten experiment, and slammed it into the base of the flower. The impact reverberated through the air. The flower didn't react the way she expected. It didn't wilt. It didn't break. Instead, a pulse of energy shot from the flower, sending a shockwave through the room. Sophie fell backward, her head spinning. She could hear the crackling hum of the distorted air as the flower's power fought against her. She had thought she could destroy it, but the flower had its own will, its own intentions. It wasn't something she could just erase with force. As her vision blurred, Sophie realized that there was only one way to stop this, to stop herself. To sever the connection between her and the flower once and for all. But doing that meant sacrificing her own power, and her ability to control time. Sophie took a deep breath, and with the last of her strength, she willed herself to release the energy. It was a difficult choice, a painful one. Her mind screamed in protest, but her body, drained of all energy, seemed to understand. She could feel the temporal field around her dissolve, the distortion pulling away from her like a thread unraveling. The flower flickered one last time, and then, with a final burst of light, the room returned to normal, the humming stopped, the world settled, and Sophie was left standing in the stillness of the moment, her mind clear for the first time in what felt like forever. She didn't know how long she stood there. But she knew one thing: she had made the choice. She had let go of the power, given up her control over time. The cost had been high, but she was free. The flower had been destroyed, and with it, the grip that had held her for so long. Sophie took a long, steadying breath. Time, she realized, was never meant to be tamed. It was a force that could not be bent, only lived through. And now, for the first time in what felt like ages, she was finally ready to live. The battlefield was a mess, a chaotic dance of smoke, dust, and the unmistakable scent of burnt electronics. Elara Cheng crouched behind a jagged metal crate, a piece of debris she could only assume had once been a tank. She tried to ignore the pounding in her chest, the sweat running down the back of her neck, and the frantic screams from nearby soldiers. They were all caught up in something bigger than them, chasing a war they didn't understand, fighting for a piece of something they thought would save them, time, and she was the only one who could buy them a few more seconds. "You know, I've always hated this part of the job," Elara muttered, glancing down at her wrist where a countdown timer blinked menacingly. The numbers ticked down like the seconds left on her life. She'd used her time manipulation abilities too many times today, and the toll was mounting. Every second she froze or rewound brought her closer to the end. She could feel it in her bones, the ache growing stronger with each use. Her team, if you could call them that, was holed up on the opposite side of the ruined city block. They were mercenaries, hired guns, like her, each one driven by their own agenda. Most of them had no idea about her special ability, nor did she want them to know. People got funny ideas when they found out what she could do, and not all of them were friendly ideas. But right now, none of that mattered. The enemy had launched another assault, and their leader, a menacing figure known as General Gage, was pushing forward with an armored unit. They weren't just trying to kill her. They wanted the Time Core, an artifact of unimaginable power, rumored to be able to manipulate time itself, to reset history or destroy it altogether. Elara's team had been hired to secure it, but things had gotten complicated. Everyone wanted it. And everyone was willing to do anything to get it. With a deep breath, Elara adjusted her helmet, grabbed the battered wrench she'd scavenged earlier, and ran for the front lines. She could see the bomb, nestled beneath a pile of debris, flashing a warning light. Of course it was a bomb. It always was. "All right," she whispered to herself, "no big deal. Just another walk in the park." She knelt beside it, trying to focus, though the pounding headache in her temples wasn't helping. The timer on her wrist was down to less than 30 seconds. If she didn't act fast, they'd all be vaporized in the blast. The bomb was well designed, too well designed. The wires were a tangle of colors she didn't recognize, the timer counting down like the ticking of a death sentence. Elara cursed under her breath. She had no idea how to disarm it, but then again, when had she ever needed to know how? She had a different kind of trick up her sleeve. She reached into her bag, pulled out a handful of sticky strips, duct tape, and a couple of busted-up wires. Her heart was racing. Every second felt like an eternity. And then, Just as the timer blinked down to 5 seconds, she reached into the folds of time, the air around her shimmered, the world slowing, stretching like a rubber band. She froze time, the sound of explosions and gunfire ceased instantly. The once panic-filled streets were suddenly calm, like a snapshot taken at the exact moment before chaos broke out. She could see the soldiers frozen mid-step, their faces twisted in expressions of shock, pain, or determination. Even the falling debris hovered in place, suspended in the air like some bizarre sculpture. Elara knelt again, this time with a newfound confidence. She grabbed the bomb's wires, cut the red one with a snip, and then the blue, just to be safe. The seconds passed in a slow, dreamy haze. Her fingers trembled, not from fear, but from the familiar sensation of the time distortion. Each use of her ability cost her, physically, mentally, and worse, emotionally. She wasn't sure how much longer she could keep it up. But she had no choice, the timer on her wrist had already dipped into the red zone. The countdown had resumed, and there were only a few seconds left. With a grunt, she twisted the final wire into place, then slapped the duct tape across the bomb's wiring, sealing it shut. Time resumed with a jarring rush. Boom! But not in the way she expected. The bomb fizzled, its destructive power reduced to nothing more than a small puff of smoke and a harmless pop. Elara exhaled in relief, her hands shaking. That's one less problem, she muttered to herself, before standing up and scanning the frozen battlefield around her. The soldiers were still stuck in the moment, as if the world had momentarily forgotten they existed. Elara took a moment to savor the stillness. She needed it. She hadn't felt this calm in hours. Then, the radio crackled to life. "Cheng, what the hell is going on over there?" The voice on the other end was familiar, gruff, and unmistakably pissed off. Elara groaned. It was Rael, the team's leader, or rather, the guy who thought he was in charge. Rael was ex-military, a man who had more scars than sense. And he wasn't the type to be patient when things went sideways. "I disarmed the bomb," she said dryly, "but I've also got a frozen army on my hands. You're gonna want to take care of that. Are you telling me you're—" Rael's voice came through again, but Elara cut him off before he could finish. "Just get your asses over here, okay? I'm about 2 seconds away from losing it." She didn't wait for a response. Instead, she jogged toward the edge of the ruined street, checking the map on her wrist. Their objective was close. She could feel the hum in the air, the proximity to something powerful, something alive. The time core was nearby. She hadn't expected to find it like this. Not in the middle of a war zone, not under the control of an army that didn't even know what they were fighting for. But that was the beauty of it, really. Elara had spent her whole life being a pawn in someone else's game. She had a unique talent for making sure things went sideways. And this time, she was going to make sure it went her way. The ground beneath her feet vibrated with the sound of approaching vehicles. Her team had arrived. Elara ran back to her position, looking up to see the ragged faces of her fellow mercenaries sliding out of their armored trucks, their weapons drawn and ready. Drake was among them, his sharp blue eyes scanning the area. His expression was unreadable as usual, but there was something dangerous in his gaze that Elara didn't like. "Did you get it?" he asked, his voice low, but expectant. She nodded, but before she could respond, a sharp pain shot through her chest, and she nearly collapsed. The timer on her wrist was blinking, faster now, like it had somehow accelerated after using her time powers. Every use brought her closer to death, a cold, creeping certainty. And as much as she hated to admit it, her body was starting to feel the effects. But that didn't matter right now. Not with the time core in play. Elara's breath hitched as the pain in her chest intensified, a deep, gnawing sensation that spread through her limbs, locking them in place. The time core was too close now, its pull growing stronger with every step she took, as if it was calling to her. She tried to focus, tried to steady herself, but the countdown on her wrist continued to flash, warning her of the toll her powers had taken. Every use brought her closer to the end. The world had grown heavier, more oppressive, as if her body was fighting her every movement. Drake's eyes narrowed as he approached her. "You okay?" His voice was laced with suspicion, his gaze flicking to her wrist, but Alara didn't want to answer that question. She couldn't afford to show any weakness. "Not now, I'm fine," she said, gritting her teeth. Her heart pounded against her ribs, and for a moment, she thought she might fall. But she didn't. "Where's the core?" he asked, already moving toward the back of a destroyed building that had been marked as their objective. The others had fanned out, securing the perimeter, but there was a restlessness in their movements, as if they, too, could feel the weight of the unknown. They had no idea what they were about to unleash, just like the rest of them. "It's inside," Alara replied, her voice low. "But it's not going to be as easy as just picking it up and walking away. This place is rigged." Drake didn't hesitate. He motioned for Rael and the others to follow him, and together, they moved toward the building. Alara lagged behind, not because she wanted to, she didn't have the luxury of slowing down, but because her body refused to obey her. Her legs felt like lead, her mind a fog of confusion. The flashes of pain were becoming more frequent, but there was a lingering urgency that forced her to push through. She couldn't afford to stop. Not until they had the core in their hands, not until she knew if the sacrifice would be worth it. The building loomed ahead, its skeletal frame rising up like a dark giant. The entrance was guarded, and from the looks of it, the enemy had already set up a trap, anticipating their arrival. The door was locked, but that didn't matter. Not when Alara had time on her side, at least for a few more minutes. "Stay back," she said, holding up a hand as she walked to the front. "I've got this." Rael shot her a look but didn't argue. Alara's powers weren't something they could understand. Hell, she barely understood them herself, but she'd saved their asses more times than they could count. He trusted her, even if he didn't like it. Alara extended her hand toward the door. Her pulse quickened, her breath shallow. She had used her powers twice today, 3 times if you counted the bomb, but the need to freeze time again felt like it was pulling her deeper into an abyss. She didn't know how much more of this she could take, but she wasn't about to stop now. Not when they were so close. Her wrist glowed faintly as the countdown hit 0 again. Time froze, the sound of the world ceased once more, the air thick and still. Alara exhaled slowly, letting the wave of dizziness wash over her. She'd only been able to hold it for a few seconds each time before, but now it was different. It felt like she was pushing against something massive, an invisible force that made everything feel impossibly heavy. Every muscle in her body screamed for release, but she fought it, just as she fought the urge to let herself collapse into the darkness that beckoned. She moved quickly, with a purpose she couldn't quite explain, walking past the frozen soldiers, their guns mid-air, their faces locked in expressions of confusion and terror. She reached the door in a few steps, her heart beating loudly in her ears. There were wires everywhere, more bombs, more traps, but she didn't hesitate. With trembling hands, she cut through them, her motions quick, efficient. She had done this 100 times before, though each time, it felt more like a gamble. When she finished, she turned back to her team, the frozen world surrounding her. She could see Drake's face, his lips parted in mid-sentence, a question he would never ask. She hated this feeling, the knowledge that time could be frozen, that she could move through it while everyone else stood still. But it was a necessary evil. The alternative? Well, she wasn't ready to find out just yet. Time snapped back into motion, the door flew open with a loud crash. The team stormed inside, weapons raised, ready for whatever awaited them. Alara's legs almost gave way beneath her, and she stumbled, grabbing onto the nearest piece of debris for support. "You're not looking so good," Rael said, his voice tinged with concern, though there was still a hint of suspicion in his tone. He knew something was wrong, but he didn't push. "Not yet, just give me a second," she managed, brushing herself off as best she could. Drake took the lead, moving through the darkened building with the quiet grace of someone who had seen it all. But Alara could tell that even he was uneasy. They all were. The time core had to be somewhere inside, hidden in the deepest part of the structure, no doubt, and there was something about the air in here that made her skin crawl. It didn't take long to find it in the farthest corner of the building, beneath layers of concrete and rubble, a faint glow emitted from behind a barricade. The time core, the sight of it made Alara's heart race in a way that wasn't entirely physical. It was calling to her, like a beacon, and for the briefest moment, she considered using it. She could feel the temptation, the lure of its power. She could end the war, undo everything. But no. She had already made her choice. Alara stumbled forward, her hand outstretched, but before she could make contact, Drake's voice stopped her. Wait. She froze mid-step, her heart skipping. There was something in his tone that made her blood run cold. She turned to look at him, but he wasn't looking at her. His eyes were fixed on the core. I've got a bad feeling about this, Drake muttered, his hand instinctively going to the sidearm holstered at his waist. I don't care, Alara said through gritted teeth. We don't have time to waste. We're too close. Her fingers brushed against the surface of the time core, and for a second, she could feel its hum beneath her fingertips, a pulse that synchronized with her own heartbeat, and then, the ground beneath them shuddered violently. A low, guttural noise reverberated through the walls. The building seemed to come alive, groaning with the weight of something ancient awakening. The time core began to pulse, its light flickering in time with the vibrations. Alara's body tensed. We need to move. Now! Rael shouted, grabbing her arm and pulling her back, but it was too late. A sudden burst of energy erupted from the core, sending everyone stumbling back. The force knocked Alara to the ground, and for a moment, she couldn't breathe. She could hear the others yelling, but their voices were distant, like they were underwater. Everything felt wrong. She could feel her wrist heating up, the timer ticking faster now, each second feeling like it was tearing her apart from the inside. Get the core. Drake shouted. But even as the words left his mouth, it was clear that something had gone horribly wrong. As Alara tried to push herself to her feet, she saw something that made her stomach drop. A figure emerged from the shadows. The figure that stepped into the dim, flickering light was nothing like what Alara had expected. The silhouette was tall, cloaked in darkness, and shrouded in an air of quiet power. The way they moved suggested an eerie familiarity, as if they had been here long before she and her team arrived, as if they had been waiting for this moment to unfold. For a second, Alara's heart stopped. She couldn't breathe. The figure was tall and gaunt, their face concealed beneath a hood that cast shadows over their features. But there was something about the way they held themselves, the calm in their movements, that sent a chill racing down her spine. She could feel the cold presence radiating from them like an otherworldly force, and then, the figure spoke. The voice was low, smooth, like a distant whisper carried on the wind. You should have left it alone. Alara's pulse quickened, and she struggled to push herself to her feet, her legs barely responding. Her hand instinctively went to the weapon holstered at her side, but her fingers were trembling too much to draw it. The figure's presence had completely unsettled her, like a shadow had crossed over her mind, leaving her vulnerable. The others were still trying to regain their bearings, but the room had become too silent, too still. The time core pulsed at the center of the room, its glow intensifying with every heartbeat, as if the mysterious figure were feeding it some energy, some power that Alara couldn't even begin to comprehend. Drake was the first to speak, his voice tight, filled with a mix of confusion and caution. Who are you? The figure didn't answer right away. Instead, they raised one hand slowly, almost lazily, and with a single gesture, the entire building seemed to tremble. Alara could feel the ground beneath her feet shift, the walls groaning under the strain, as though the very fabric of the building was unraveling. The figure's movements were deliberate, controlled, and utterly terrifying. You shouldn't have come here, the figure said again, their voice carrying a weight of finality. This place is a trap. A prison. And you've all walked right into it. What the hell is this place? Rael demanded, his hand gripping his weapon as he stepped forward, trying to mask his unease with bravado, but the figure's gaze, though hidden, seemed to pierce through them all. A place where time is no longer bound by the rules you think you understand. A place where the core will devour you, just as it has devoured those before you. The last words echoed in the room, lingering in the air long after the figure had spoken. A heavy silence followed, thick with the weight of their warning. Ilara's hand was now firmly wrapped around the hilt of her weapon, her eyes narrowing as she tried to get a read on the situation. But something wasn't right. She could feel the dissonance in the room, the subtle shift in the atmosphere. It wasn't just the core. It was the figure, too. Who are you? Drake pressed again, his tone low and dangerous. The figure didn't respond immediately. Instead, they stepped forward into the faint light, their features now becoming clear. Ilara's breath hitched. There was something wrong about their appearance. Something out of place. Their eyes, when they caught the light, were not human. The color was wrong, too deep, too black, like endless voids that seemed to consume everything in their path. I am the one who keeps time, the figure finally said. And now, I must erase you. With that, they raised both hands, and the air around them shimmered. Ilara's heart hammered in her chest as the world seemed to warp before her eyes. Everything around them, the walls, the floors, the air itself, began to ripple, bending and stretching like it was made of liquid. Drake cursed under his breath and took a step back. Shit. This is bad. Real bad. Rael shouted, everyone, get back. Take cover. But it was too late. The figure's hands slammed together with a deafening crack, and in an instant, the room collapsed in on itself. The walls buckled, and the air became a swirling vortex of light and darkness. Ilara's body was thrown backward, her limbs flailing as if she were caught in a tempest. Time itself seemed to lose all meaning as the very fabric of reality tore around them. Everything was a blur. A dizzying spiral of flashes and shadows. Ilara could barely keep her eyes open as the sensation of being ripped apart overwhelmed her senses. Her body was pulled in every direction, her mind struggling to comprehend what was happening. The seconds stretched out impossibly long, and then, nothing. For a moment, she thought she had died. That this was the end. But when she opened her eyes again, she was no longer in the building. The world around her had shifted. The sky was darker, more oppressive, and the ground beneath her feet felt wrong, soft and spongy, like the earth itself was breathing. She sat up, gasping for breath, her pulse thundering in her ears. Her wrist, still adorned with the countdown timer, was flashing wildly. The numbers seemed to be moving faster than she had ever seen them before, each second slipping away quicker than the last. She could feel the weight of time pressing down on her, and for the first time in her life, she felt truly helpless. The others were scattered around her, their disoriented faces barely visible in the dim light of this new place. Rael was the first to stir, groaning as he pushed himself up. Drake was next, his hand going to his weapon instinctively. Ilara could see his jaw tightening, his expression grim as he looked around, trying to make sense of their surroundings. What the hell just happened? Rael muttered, wiping blood from his forehead, where are we? Ilara whispered, though she wasn't sure if she was asking anyone in particular, but the answer came from an unexpected source. Time, the voice from behind them said. The figure who had attacked them earlier was now standing in the distance, their presence looming ominously in the shadow of an unfamiliar landscape. The ground beneath them was cracked, and the sky overhead was bruised with dark clouds that seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. This is where time comes to die, the figure continued, their voice now echoing across the barren landscape. And you are the last ones to witness its fall. Ilara's hand instinctively reached for her weapon, but her body still felt like it was made of stone, each movement a struggle. The figure's words were sinking in, but she couldn't make sense of them yet. She felt a wave of dizziness crash over her, and for a moment, her knees buckled. Stay with me, Drake said, his hand on her arm, steadying her. The figure's lips curled into a cold smile. You are already too late. Time here is beyond saving. And when it ends, when it truly ends, so will you. Ilara's breath hitched. The weight of the words settled over her like a shroud, pressing down, suffocating her thoughts. There was no escape, not from this. No way to turn back, and yet, something inside her refused to give up. She couldn't die here, not like this. Not without knowing the truth. Not without understanding what the Time Core really was. She glanced at Drake, Rail, and the others, her resolve hardening. There had to be a way out. There had to be a way to stop whatever this figure was planning before it was too late. Let's end this, she muttered to herself, steeling herself for whatever came next. Time might be against her, but she wasn't going to let it dictate her fate, not yet. Xia Ling had always hated the sound of her own voice when she spoke to customers. It was like she was trying too hard to sound pleasant, which made everything sound fake. The way she asked, "What can I get for you today?" had the same energy as a cardboard cutout waving at a parade float. And yet, here she was, standing behind the counter of Funky Brews Cafe, trying to mask the growing anxiety that only the small hours of the afternoon could provide. The cafe was one of those places with a soundtrack that was half indie rock and half the hum of an overworked espresso machine. Every other customer was a hipster with a beard so carefully cultivated it could have been a national park. Xia Ling, a simple barista with a penchant for getting things wrong, always felt a bit out of place. She slid her fingers across the polished wood of the counter, smoothing out an imaginary crease. The cafe was nearly empty. A couple of regulars were scattered around in their usual corner, their laptops open, probably writing the next great American novel. Or whatever it was people did at these places, pretending they were too busy to talk. Xia Ling stared at the clock on the wall. It was ticking closer to the time when she'd be off shift, but her impatience only made the hours drag, and then it happened. One of the regulars, a young man with messy hair and a permanent scowl that screamed, "I read Kafka for fun," approached the counter. Xia Ling glanced at him, trying to remember his usual order. He was always the same, ordering some complicated espresso concoction with a long string of pretentious adjectives. But today, he didn't even look at the menu. "I'll have, the usual, I guess. The one with the dark roast and a shot of vanilla." Xia Ling blinked, momentarily stunned. We don't have anything like that on the menu." She could feel her cheeks flushing as she awkwardly pulled the espresso machine's lever to start a fresh shot. "Are you sure you?" But before she could finish, the man nodded absently. Yeah. That one. Thanks." And without another word, he moved to the back of the room to settle into his usual spot. Xia Ling turned to the espresso machine, her mind whirling. What was I even talking about? We don't have anything like that. She glanced at the menu, just to be sure. Nope. There was no "dark roast with vanilla shot" listed anywhere. She shook her head, chalking it up to stress. Maybe she was losing her mind. The moment the drink was ready, she placed it on the counter and watched as the man took it, almost instinctively, without so much as a second glance. "Thanks, I guess," she muttered under her breath, unsure whether she was even supposed to be handing him the drink. Then something strange happened. As the man took a sip, he froze. His eyes widened. And he smiled. It was like the sun had just broken through the clouds in the middle of a downpour. A slow, incredulous smile that stretched across his face as if he'd just discovered the secret of the universe. Xia Ling's heart skipped a beat. She blinked, confused, but the man wasn't done. He turned to her with a look of pure wonder. "This is it," he said, his voice low and awe-stricken. "This is the one." What do you mean?" she stammered, still not entirely sure what was going on. "This," he repeated, gesturing to the coffee cup in his hand, "this is the best thing I've ever tasted in my life." "What did you put in this?" His eyes sparkled like a child who had just discovered the magic of sugar. She furrowed her brow. "I just made you a regular espresso. No vanilla. It's just coffee, that's it." No, he insisted, no, it's more than that. I can't explain it, but this is perfect. How did you do it? Xia Ling's mouth went dry. There was no way. She hadn't done anything special. Just made the coffee. Her hands were starting to shake. Before she could protest, the man left a bill on the counter and quickly exited the cafe, still holding the cup like it was the Holy Grail. The door jingled as he vanished, leaving Xia Ling to stand there, utterly perplexed. A few minutes passed. The cafe felt unusually quiet now. She stared at the espresso machine, wondering if it was possible she'd made a mistake, or if something about the coffee had gotten jumbled in her head. But when she checked the rest of the day's orders, there wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Then came the sudden, gut-wrenching realization: she had no idea what had just happened. Back at her apartment, things didn't get any clearer. Xia Ling had an old wooden clock on her desk, a relic passed down from her grandmother, who'd always told her strange stories about how time wasn't what people thought it was. She'd laugh it off then, but now, looking at the clock, its brass hands frozen at 5 minutes past 12, she felt an odd pull. She hadn't touched it in ages, but today, something was different. The idea struck her with the clarity of a lightning bolt. She reached for the clock, feeling a strange buzzing sensation through her fingertips, and then, the impossible happened: time rewound. 5 minutes, exactly. The moment was so surreal she could hardly believe it. The room felt lighter, as though the weight of the minutes themselves had been stripped away. She glanced at the clock again, now ticking normally, and looked at her phone. She had just relived the past few moments. No way, she thought, pressing her hand against her chest. I can't be losing it this bad. Then she realized, the coffee. She'd made the coffee, and it had somehow been different. Perfect, even. She had just seen a customer react in a way that defied all logic, and now, she had bent time itself. Her fingers trembled as she picked up the clock again, staring at the little brass hands. This wasn't a dream. This wasn't some kind of joke. She wasn't just having a breakdown. She had done something impossible. Xia Ling swallowed. She was suddenly aware of how quiet the room had gotten. The clock ticked. The room felt too still. As she stared at the clock in her hand, she remembered something her grandmother had said, her words echoing back with unexpected clarity: the last time shaper is always found when time is at its breaking point. And at that exact moment, Xia Ling felt something shift, an awareness deep within her, a pull towards something ancient and unknowable. She wasn't sure why, but she felt as though her grandmother's words weren't just a metaphor, they were a warning. Xia Ling sat motionless, her fingers still wrapped around the clock. Her mind raced. The words, last time shaper, clung to her thoughts like a haunting melody, their meaning beginning to settle over her with a weight she hadn't fully grasped until now. She could feel the pulse of time itself beneath her skin, as though the world was vibrating in tune with some ancient, forgotten rhythm. It was exhilarating, terrifying, and completely out of her control. Her grandmother had always been a strange woman. The kind who would hum little songs under her breath while dusting off old trinkets and telling Xia Ling stories about the secrets of the world, none of which had ever made sense to the young girl. Now, in the solitude of her small apartment, those strange tales came rushing back with a newfound clarity. The stories she used to dismiss as bedtime nonsense suddenly seemed prophetic. Time wasn't linear, her grandmother had said. It could be bent, woven, and even shaped. But Xia Ling had always assumed it was just the rambling of a woman too deep into her own imagination, until now. She looked around her apartment, the room feeling heavier somehow. She needed answers. And she needed them fast. The air in the room felt charged with potential. She stood up, pacing restlessly, trying to make sense of everything. There was a quiet, almost imperceptible hum coming from the clock, like it was trying to tell her something, but the message was lost in the static of her confusion. Instinctively, she reached for her phone and dialed a number she hadn't thought of in years. Xia Ling? It's been a while, came the voice on the other end, rough and gruff, but oddly familiar. Wei Chen. An old friend. He was the kind of person who could walk into a room and make it feel like an electrical storm had just struck, his energy infectious and chaotic. It had been years since they'd spoken, but there was no mistaking that voice. Wei Chen, she said, almost breathless, I need your help. It's about my grandmother. And time. And, she broke off, the words tangled in her throat. She had no idea how to explain what had just happened. How could she? It sounded insane. It was insane. I know this sounds crazy, she continued, forcing herself to focus, but I think I've inherited something. Something to do with time. And I need to understand it. Fast. There was a long pause on the other end, so long that Xia Ling started to wonder if maybe the connection had dropped. But then, Wei Chen spoke, his tone a mix of curiosity and wariness. Okay, I'm listening. You've always been a bit offbeat, but this sounds like something straight out of one of those weird legends your grandmother used to tell. Xia Ling felt her heart sink. He remembers those stories too. Wei Chen, I'm serious, she said, her voice more insistent now. You've got to come over. I think I've got the power to change time. And I don't know what to do with it. I think my grandmother knew about it. But I'm not sure how to control it. Or, her voice faltered. Or if I'm even supposed to have it. There was a moment of silence, and then Wei Chen's voice came through again, this time softer, more deliberate. All right. I'll be there soon. Hold on. The night was dark when Wei Chen arrived at her apartment. He knocked twice, slow and deliberate, as though he were testing her resolve. Xia Ling opened the door to find him standing there, his usual disheveled look in full force, a leather jacket thrown over an old band tee, his hair still in that I just woke up and don't care state. But there was something different in his eyes now, something like recognition, like he knew something she hadn't yet figured out. So, he said, stepping inside and looking around. You say you've got time-bending powers? Should I be worried? I'm not kidding, Wei Chen, Xia Ling replied, closing the door behind him. This is real. She led him to the small living room, where the clock sat on the table like a relic of some forgotten time. Wei Chen's eyes immediately went to it, his expression flickering with something she couldn't quite place. He had always been the more pragmatic one, grounded even when they were both lost in their reckless adventures. But this was different. This was beyond recklessness. This was dangerous. Xia Ling placed the clock in his hands. I don't know what's happening. I just touched it, and then, Wei Chen nodded slowly, turning the clock over, examining it as if it held all the answers. The silence between them stretched. It felt heavy, like a taut string waiting to snap. After what felt like an eternity, he looked up at her. This is it, isn't it? You've really got it. She nodded, but she could feel the weight of the words before she even said them. I think I'm the last of the time shapers. Wei Chen blinked, his brow furrowing. The time shapers? That's not real. That's a myth. That's what I thought, Xia Ling said quietly. But my grandmother, she was one. And she passed it on to me. She told me about the time shapers. How we're supposed to pass on the ability to the next person, to keep time balanced. Wei Chen's gaze softened, but there was a strange urgency in his eyes. And you think the time's come for you to pass it on? Xia Ling felt her pulse quicken. I don't know. But something's happening. I'm seeing things, disturbances. Moments where time feels wrong. I think I'm supposed to find someone. Someone who can carry the legacy forward. And you don't know who that is? Wei Chen asked. She shook her head. I don't even know how to start looking. Wei Chen set the clock back down on the table, his fingers brushing the edge of it. For a moment, he was quiet, lost in thought. Then, he gave her a sidelong glance. Well, that's not exactly true, is it? Xia Ling's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? He looked at her, eyes sharp. You've already met them. The realization hit Xia Ling with a force that nearly knocked the breath out of her. Lu Tao. And Qi. Wei Chen himself. The candidates had been in front of her all along. She just hadn't seen it. But now, the pieces were falling into place, and everything about her grandmother's cryptic warnings started to make sense. I don't, she began, but Wei Chen cut her off. You've got to find them. Whoever it is, you'll know. But you don't have long, Xia Ling. The timeline's destabilizing. The time shapers, they aren't the only ones looking for control over time. If you don't pass it on, everything could unravel. Xia Ling felt a chill run down her spine. The Time Breaker. The name her grandmother had whispered in those same old stories. The one who sought to break time, to control it. Whoever this force was, they were drawing closer. And if she didn't act soon, she could be the one who set everything on a path toward destruction. Okay, Xia Ling said, her voice firmer now, the weight of the responsibility sinking in. Let's find them. And make sure we don't lose time again. But as they both turned toward the door, ready to seek out the next piece of this broken puzzle, Xia Ling couldn't shake the feeling that someone was already watching them. Someone who knew exactly what they were trying to do. Xia Ling couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. As she and Wei Chen made their way out of the apartment and into the chilled night air, the weight of the moment pressed down on her. It wasn't just the responsibility of passing on the power of time that gnawed at her, but something else, an eerie sensation that hung in the air like static electricity. Every footstep on the sidewalk felt like an echo, every street lamp flickering as though it, too, was waiting for something to happen. Wei Chen walked beside her, his hands shoved deep into the pockets of his leather jacket, his mind working. He wasn't the kind of person to show fear, but the tension between them was palpable. He understood what was at stake, even if he was still wrapping his head around the strange reality they'd found themselves in. Lu Tao's clothes, Wei Chen said, breaking the silence. He hangs around the university, doesn't he? Xia Ling nodded. Yeah, he teaches philosophy. I've seen him around the campus, but I haven't talked to him in a while. Not since he started making those predictions. Predictions? Wei Chen's brow furrowed, she glanced at him, meeting his gaze. Lu Tao can predict things. Small things. A few seconds into the future, maybe a minute, but enough to make you wonder. People always chalk it up to coincidence, but he's always been different. Weird. Wei Chen chuckled under his breath, though there was no humor in it. So, you think he could be the one? I don't know, Xia Ling replied. But I've got a gut feeling. When I touched that clock, it felt like time was trying to tell me something. And he's the first person I thought of. They fell into another silence as they walked, the streets around them growing quieter as they neared the university campus. The night had settled into an almost eerie stillness, the usual hum of city life muted by the urgency hanging between them. Xia Ling's mind raced, thoughts tangled and messy. There was so much she still didn't understand, and the deeper she got into this strange legacy, the more terrifying it became. Time itself wasn't a simple gift, it was a force, something to be wielded with precision, but also something that could slip out of control in an instant. When they reached the university, the campus was nearly empty, save for a few students lingering in the corners, their faces buried in books or glowing screens. Lu Tao's office was a small, unassuming room on the second floor of the philosophy department. The door was slightly ajar, and as Xia Ling and Wei Chen approached, she could hear muffled voices inside, low, rhythmic, like a chant. She glanced at Wei Chen, a question in her eyes. He raised an eyebrow but said nothing. They both stepped forward, the creak of the door louder than they intended. Inside, Lu Tao was sitting at his desk, his back to them, muttering to himself in a language Xia Ling couldn't place. His office was filled with books, papers scattered everywhere, and an old clock on the wall, its hands spinning at an impossible speed. Lu Tao? Xia Ling called softly, not wanting to startle him. He froze, his head jerking up in a way that made her feel like he had been expecting them. Slowly, he turned in his chair, his eyes narrowing as he took them both in. Lu Tao was younger than she remembered, but his eyes were as sharp as ever, piercing through her like he could see everything she was hiding. He didn't speak right away, just watched her with a curious intensity. "You found it," he said finally, his voice calm, almost resigned. "The clock. The power. I knew you would." Xia Ling's heart skipped. "How did you?" "I've been waiting for you, Xia Ling. I've been waiting for the moment when the last time Shaper would come to me. You're not the only one who's felt the pull, you know. I've known about this ability for a long time." He motioned to the clock on the wall, its hands spinning faster now, creating a blur of motion. Wei Chen stepped forward, his expression skeptical. "You think you can control it too? Time?" Lu Tao's lips curled into a small, almost sad smile. "Control? No. But I can feel it. I can see glimpses of what's coming. I've learned to bend it. But it's not about control, it's about understanding. The balance of time is delicate, and if you push too hard, everything will shatter." Xia Ling swallowed. "We've got to pass it on, Lu Tao. You're the one I need to train. You're the successor." Lu Tao's eyes softened. "I'm not the one you're looking for. You see, Xia Ling, I've tried to find a successor for years. But the truth is, I can't teach what I don't understand myself. This gift, this curse, it's too much for me. I've seen glimpses of what could happen if the wrong person takes control of it." She felt a chill run through her. "What do you mean? Who else is there?" Lu Tao didn't answer right away. Instead, he stood up from his desk and walked to the window, looking out at the empty campus below. "There's someone else," he said finally. "Someone who's been watching us. Watching you. Someone who has the power to twist time in ways you can't even imagine." Xia Ling's stomach dropped. "Who?" Lu Tao didn't look back at her. "The Time Breaker. I've felt their presence for a long time now. They don't just want the power, they want to break time itself. To unravel everything. And they'll stop at nothing to get what they want." Xia Ling turned to Wei Chen, her mind reeling. "But if the Time Breaker wants to destroy time, then what are we supposed to do? How can we stop them?" Lu Tao turned then, his gaze locked on hers. "You have to find the next one. The true successor. They're the only one who can fix the timeline. But be careful. The Time Breaker is already close. They'll be watching your every move." Xia Ling didn't know what to say. The weight of everything was too much to bear. The clock, the power, it was all connected, and yet the pieces didn't fit together. Not yet. But one thing was clear, they didn't have much time. "We'll find them," Wei Chen said, his voice steady, cutting through the silence that had fallen over the room. "We'll find the successor, and we'll stop this. But we have to move quickly." Lu Tao didn't respond. Instead, he turned back to his desk, his expression distant. The moment felt final, like they were all on the edge of something they couldn't undo. Xia Ling looked at Wei Chen, feeling the weight of the decision pressing down on her. They were about to face something bigger than either of them could imagine, and there was no turning back now. "Let's go," Xia Ling said quietly. "We need to find the next one. Before the Time Breaker does." As they left the office, the weight of Lu Tao's words hung in the air, a foreboding warning that they couldn't ignore. The world was shifting, and time was no longer their ally. They didn't have long to find the successor, and they had no idea how much time was left before the Time Breaker made their move.